Check things. Yes, by the way, I was having I was a little late because I was having a conversation with Buddy Smug. Turns into we both are ranting at each other. I asked him how long Penacomy actually is. Or Penacomy. Apparently, I'm not the only one who feels this. Like, see, okay, I'm going to preference this. I have put off moving this storyline because, like, my Genshin, I had to force myself through all of Simaru. Simaru is talking dialogue here. Like, there's something to it. It's not even, as I said, there is a part. Like, I guess I am at side quest number 50, trying to figure out stuff. This is the storytelling I hope, because they did it with Simaru, with 3.0 in Genshin. And between 3.0 and 3.9, while you had some iconic characters pop out of that, the storyline drags on. It doesn't end. Like, I would prefer 8 hours maybe of content, maybe 6 hours, a monthly update. Okay, so the monthly updates, basically, be thankful we don't get charged DLC prices. Because we get about, so the main story, if it advances the plot, is sometimes 6 to 10 hours. At the best of them. It's like 6 to 10 hours. Then either the rest you're doing the events, or you're doing the other. Like, I think the 2.0 update officially for, like, ZZZ was 6 to 8 hours. And, like, depending on where you are, like, I had to catch up between the midpoint of Penacomy, finally deal with the Death Devil. And I'm like, okay, 3 hours in. I'm like 3 to 4. I might be at Sunday. No. My God. There is something there because the horror of this is. See, I don't know if they ever knew that the players dropped off. Because I've always wondered where people actually are in their story. It's not that Penacomy is a terrible place. Penacomy, or Penacomy, it's, depending on how you say it, is actually a beautiful thing. But, man, the dialogue. It's not even if you take into account the actual dialogue. Right? It's not even about that. It is about the other parts. Because the story does not die. There is a period where there's. God. Let me start that one. Oh, fuck this one. I missed. There's a point. Okay. Oh god, there's a specific way you have to do that. These higher difficulties you have to. But there's this thing in Penacomy, like, I didn't know this shit existed. Nope, that doesn't work. Somehow I fucking had this down last night. So Penacomy, and it's not even there. Like, fuck. Fuck that. I'll deal with this later. Come on. I had this down at least halfway through. One. That's the shit that always gets me. Those. But Penacomy drags on for like 30 years. Because this is like, it's not even the worst horror. Because Penacomy, it's the, well, while it lays the bedrock for future, like, when you're talking about emulators, like, there's a lot of lore on the emulators that come from Penacomy. All the lore majority for we get from the emulators, and we get to the principal powers, right? So the principal powers in HSR, whether it's preservation, then most of our lore comes from what is this art. But like if you look where we are roughly now, which is with 3.3, it's insane. But like the stuff of getting here is the hard part. Nah, the problem is a lot of these are like that weird QT. Like, I had this down to a science last night. But, apparently... I didn't take any damage right there on the one. But I'll do it later. These are just if I need extra, so... Anyways. I don't think I ever engaged in this at all. Like... Because there was a period we just did not. Like, the main story, as I said, drags on for, I'll be honest, like, far too long. It didn't save me right here. Son of a bitch. Didn't save. No. Oh, I have to redo it again. Close. Yeah, you have to use this one. Huh? God damn it, I had this. You know what? The solution is probably to play like half tired when you're just playing manually. Honestly. Hate to say it. There is one of those, it's almost one of those games that is better to play tired than anything else. For some bizarre reason, my actual puzzle solving is better at night than it is when I'm awake. Don't ask me why. If I'm half tired, I can probably solve a lot of these a ton better than I can do anything else. But I think a lot of this story, like, the dialogue drives me insane. Like, just the part, like, after I said, oh yeah, I was gonna get off, like, just for me to finish this, it's just dialogue, because you have to learn about Avertine's bullshit. Okay. They should have literally broken this down into probably about two. Like, they should have broken this into maybe three versions. But again, do they? The answer is no. It's like, well, you're doing the whole thing. I'm like, no, I'm actually just playing the same fucking lineup I've been doing. Because I'm forced to use it. Well, see, the funny part about I will say about Avertine, I don't like Avertine as a character. Never have. Like, this is the opposite you get of him when you play through him in the story. Like, he doesn't sell you normal. Like, this is supposed to be. Now, mainly female fans like him. People who like abusive mechanics because he gives a shield. Sure. But as a character, he's an obnoxious piece of shit. It's kind of like I don't like Sunday's. I like Sunday's motif, image, look, but his actual parts of his dialogue are actually good. Like, if we're going for a support, I kind of like Sunday better. But then again, this was the era we could power through stuff without having to deal with mechanics. Yes. So actually, Nod Cry is supposed to, it's going to be really, really big in Genshin. That should be an entire version. But that's going to be, Nod Cry is going to be the lead up to Shneznaya. So it's going to be 5.8 and 5.9. And so whatever happens in Nod Cry is going to lead into how we deal with the Tsaritsa. Which, it's a very weird approach that Nod Cry is going to have that. At least that's the hype in the story. So, that's probably something you should peter out through the story. I hate this. I've been. The story, it makes him sound better as a character. He is as a character. Again, outside of being the hot husbando that all the women like Katie did want to screw and marry, because that's actually Avertine's appeal, I swear. Half the appeal of the male characters in this game, they're sold as fantasy characters for women. Genshin did this. ZZZ, on the other hand, is going for the husbandos and the people, if you like them, into furries. So all the women who are furry lovers love them. I can understand why there's a lot of lesbian shipping in that game. And women deny that they're, and then the other people who are anamorphic furries. This game has a combination of both. But again, I want out of Penacomy. I don't want to ever. Look, I just like my comfortable. So far in the story that I have seen, the only thing that has either made sense is the second planet, the third planet, which is the Chinese planet. I felt the first planet had better pacing. Because none of this fucking matters, by the way. The worst part about this is, whatever character building he gets, you don't see him again. You don't get anything fucking out of him after the story for about a while. But Sunday as a villain is good. But him as a unit, though, he was a cheese unit. But as I said, Dr. Ratio has never grown on me as a character either. But I find him obnoxious. See, I was already have this. Acheron is based on Raiden Shogun meets Hereshira Thunder May. If you take both, and see what's funny is Welt, as I said, is a carryover. I've said this before. He's a carryover from Honkai Impact. Basically, him and Kafka. Kafka was a stigmata. That's the funny thing. She was only ever hinted at in the actual lore of HI3 from the previous era, beginning of the game. She was a stigmata that was earnable but forgotten about. We stopped using it. But for some bizarre reason, her character is very important here. But then again, they've forgotten Kafka exists for. Hmm. Again, she is the Nial. You come to find out, she's a Niality emulator. And see, like, my full expectation is his welt is going to be very important. See, we already know Don Hong has a deeper power. We've always known March 7th has a potential. Because every one of the main characters. God damn it. On to the fucking 20th part. Look, this layout does not help him. Yes. Yep. Because this dialogue I actually like. This dialogue has been mentioned in a lot of the lore. Because it is more impactful. Because the lore of the emulators is more established. But it is also meant to say Sunday becomes the person who perversed preservation. Oh god, am I finally at fucking Sunday? That's Sunday. So 4 hours of other dialogue that I have to go through to fucking get to Sunday. See, I have fought Sunday without the. I've actually fought Sunday multiple times through the various things. Sunday used to be like in a big weekly scary rotation. But I kind of know his mechanics. But the question is, you can't do the auto battle. Because they don't exactly tell you Sunday's mechanics. Hold on, what is Sunday's mechanics? I'm going to cheat and look it up. I have to refresh myself, because what is Sunday's mechanics? What do they say? Weaknesses are fire, that. Of course he's 3 phases. Motherfucker. Of course he has 3 phases. All fucking bosses are 3 fucking phases with some damn version. We get it. First phase. Later that stays. Oh yeah, free to play. Serval, Asta, and Trailblazer Imaginary. I'm gonna say this. I have never seen anyone use the Trailblazer. Like, outside of the beginning, they actually forgot the goddamn Trailblazer exists. So, see, it's kind of like, when was the last time in Genshin you used your Traveler? Think honest. The only version of the Traveler that really had fucking impact, I'm gonna be honest with you, because if you didn't have a Geo or the Wind, Elemental Zamium, I can tell you it's Dendro. You used Earth if you had to do something. I can't ever think of. I didn't like Electro. See, Fire, supposedly, where. Hell, I don't even think we have a Fire one yet. But outside of it, everyone just forgets. Like, but apparently the Remembrance one is supposed to be good. But that's in your free to play. I hate that, by the way. Fire, Ranbua, Avertine, Lightning, DPS. Therefore, you guys all are terrible. Yeah, Sunday is an entirety of a free. Sunday is a very unique boss fight. So, like, you can easily cheese this if you go 1 DPS. Like, So, yeah, I personally find this fight. Well, I don't know. This fight is up there with. It is a very. I wouldn't call the most boring, but I do call it one of the shittiest ones I've ever seen. You know, it is a very drawn out fight for what it is. Quite honestly, I think my approach was having basically Blast to take his shit apart because I wanted nothing to do with him. In fact, I wanted literally nothing. But, as I said, there is ways to fucking cheese it. God forbid, by the way, if you never have him. There's a reason they gave him out for a while. Inflict weakness to break. Now, I will be honest. There. You know what's funny? Everyone said Himiko wasn't really good, right? For years. They go, and why would you pull Himiko? If you've never had her, you probably would never understand why. But there is a lineup for this. And it actually works. Believe it or not. Yes, Kafka. Do not let the DPS fool you. She is Dot, as Dot gets, but one day I do need to finish her out. You think as much as I use her, I had a feeling. As much as I use her, I haven't fully finished her out. Ever. At least out here and out here. Thing is, she's part of every Dot lineup known to man, though. Do I have any? Actually, I need to do this anyways before I go in there. Yeah, we're about to see the stupidest lineup ever. These things don't live. Now, the funny thing is, so part of one of the core lineups that came out of Penacomy, believe it or not, is the Dot lineup. Now, Acheron. So, Acheron was a powerhouse, but you have to realize she is part of a line of units that is phase out. Phase out's stuff goes up based upon follow up. So if you want, you can do the unconventional thing. Take phase out. That's if you can get her in the first place. You can always have her ultimate up every damn turn. Acheron goes off, I believe it's DOT's afflicted. But she has a weird mechanic where she supposedly that's why I said I'm gonna be very curious. Phanon is supposed to be like, but then again, how he plays ultimately is going to be different. I mean, to be honest, this is a lineup that okay. Black Swan. Black Swan, ignore the whole team, nihility, of course. any reality. Nihility. So Swan goes off DOTs. DOTs are probably one of the most forgotten team lineups of any of the game. We get one dot unit a fucking year if we're lucky. One good one. By the way, this is going to be overkill for any of what I need to do. So, her follow-up. She attacks every follow-up. Now, you want to get cheeky with Kafka. Stick her in a follow-up team. As I have been doing. In the place of where I have Acheron, stick a follow-up. Because she immediately can do a follow-up attack that inflicts additional. But then again, as I said, she's kind of a forgotten unit. You get one unit of dot per year, and you might think she exists. You might get two, if we're lucky. See, the new destruction unit coming out after Hysethylene, whatever, she is supposed to be dot. Good luck on that one. But her dot damage is based upon it's kind of like I got given Bronya on one of the anniversaries, but I need to finish building her out as well. Bronya's, but I... So if you're really trying to maximize out Acreon, you need a dot lineup, or a person who can inflict dots. That's kind of in her whole... Which can be done, by the way. Can be done. Other than that, Acreon is probably the most powerful of... See, the reason why Fei Zhao is... She's part of every break team, or hyper break sometimes you see in enemies, at least based on the element. Because of her damage. The day we actually... See, you'll have to have her if you ever need certain. But she's a unit, she was going to get pulled regardless by me because what she represents. But she's also... She's just really good damage. What's funny is I've used this lineup for years, and it's probably one of the 3 of the parts in the best lineups you can ever have. Like, I have, when I finally got Himiko, I could put her in the 1 part. Now, so... Hmm. See, Kafka, I don't have to describe her. She's a character that she's a dot meta. She came out in year one, I believe, if I remember correctly. She was introduced around the time you had Blade introduced, that people forget Blade exists as well. Which Blade is still good. I just don't like using him. Like, I like using him with Caster Ice. But there's a problem. Two characters that kill themselves for damage. One kills your entire team. This was also why I didn't like Medi. Medi was one of the ones I don't like characters who bring themselves to the brink of death. Then again, you ask why I use Blade a lot. The only reason Blade partly worked in year one was because of Lucha. If you did not have him, it just wasn't the thing you were doing. His combat healing, there's never been another unit like him. Ever. By the way. He does one of two things. Heals once per turn, and also keeps that buff. Like, he doesn't really... So he vampires everybody. Which is an easy advantage against endurance fights. There's entire fights I should have lost. If I didn't, I would not have. For all intents and purposes. But he has enough of a cheese to make it. So his main ult gives healing passive for 3 turns. Sorry, two to 3 turns. The other issue with finding a lineup bully for Acheron is you need somebody who can easily, like, I think it's like inflict wind. Now, the dream team that I would love to do, quite honestly, I have to ever sit down and figure it out, is have her and Phase Zhao on the same team. By the way. Then again, what do you do for the other two? That would require a follow-up. And another thing. Yeah. By the way, I like this feature. This feature is actually really good. So, this current feature is a lot better now than it used to be. But they picked this up from, I believe... So this feature was kind of here, but, like, it wasn't in until I think about a version or two, at least, maybe. You don't teleport from a location. You go to a location to use that location. But it still brings you back to where you were. Now, this did not come from here. Initially, I believe. If it came from this game, I think it came from this game, then made its way into... Like, ZZZ uses this. Like, you can start something and then you don't leave the area you were in. That's why I say a lot of quality of life changes come over the various MiHoYo games. The only thing that I wish was carried over to Genshin, that Genshin refuses to carry over, is the resin reservoir. There is no resin reservoir in Genshin. Five years on, still no. We have no resin reservoir. Resin is either use it or lose it. Honestly, it would make farming characters a lot better. I mean, how much do you blow through resin or something to easily... This resource, by the way, is used heavily by a lot of... This resource is, So, I have like 4 to 5 characters I constantly either use. It's like 3 that use that damn resource. See, I have Branya right to about where I need her. I need to get her light cone better. But at the end of the day, she's a grade A support. I just gotta remember to pull stuff for her. Like, she's the... So, in the early years, supports weren't needed. You could just power through, so... I can't even remember the last time I used Seal. She's good, but she is... Welt, I need to finish out his, Welt does a lot of damage. I just need to finish out his traces and then reset him. Probably redo him. And you can pull him free, but the question is, he hasn't aged well. He's aged well, but he's aged different than the rest of the characters. Still good for... See, I was able to... Look, my friend gets jealous. I joke with my friend being jealous. This is the character I never asked for. I blind pulled him. But come to find out, he's better. It was either you have Avertine or you have him. I chose him. But Sunday's meta did not come in till late. There is actually something I can do. It's always bothered me my Kafka has never been fully done. The problem in farming stuff, the issue in farming items is, so to do characters here, you need to have their traces done on top of everything else. Traces make them as powerful as it looks. See, like, if... I'm gonna say this, if Phanon wasn't coming out, and I didn't want to drop about 50 to 100 damn dollars just to get him, at least between now and save up, I would pull this. but I don't want to spend $50. Huh. Considering I'm going to have to finally order cards and stuff for the expansions I haven't gotten, and I had to actually order a shit ton from Final Fantasy because apparently. But then again, her light cone is the only one in existence, by the way. So you either use this outside of the one you got from Henrietta, the Henrietta thing. It's only this. And I believe in hers. Oh yeah, this is the only place you get this one, by the way. Genius's Greeting only comes out of this banner. So at least 2 of the Remembrance Light Cones. All the Remembrance Light Cones are limited. Genius's Greeting comes out as the 4-star light cone from this. So it makes getting memorances, it makes really actually getting memorances, it really makes the borderline the worst when you actually have to get the parts for them. So, and out of this, you roughly in 30 days, you'll roughly get about 2 pulls, and it's like $5 a month. Well, I mean, it's a hell of a deal. I mean, most of the games have it, but yeah. Oh, and your tracks of destiny are all locked behind here too, by the way. For the record, if you ever wonder. Your tracks of destiny are there, and you pull those every version, so... What's funny is a lot of the achievements I never had I'm getting. Welcome to the normal. Story-wise, I get almost all these. So apparently the other ones are that way. By the way, I don't ever think they listen. The HI3, it took us complaining constantly. They finally started listening to us. Because a lot of these satisfaction surveys, they don't ask on how you feel about this. They ask how you feel about the systems. It takes them roughly about 3 or 4 versions before they get it right. It's like 3 months. Which is weird, right? They ask how you feel, but then they go, oh, in other notes, you tell them what you want. But at the same time, it's going to take them close to 3 versions before they do it. And to be honest, it's helped improve HI3 for... In a way, HI3's economy has gotten a lot better. I say that, but the reruns have been, the meta's in a little bit of a shitstorm over there. The 2.0 versions of the game isn't jiving well with the 1.0s. That's a good way to put it. That game is a whole meta unto itself. I have enough of a story on that game as it stands with 2.0 to go through it. I was caught up on that game for a long time. Then right around 2 point when they got to the second or third version into 2.0, I just stopped. It is literally the blandest, safest storyline you will ever find for a Honkai Impact 3. Good systems. I hate the story. But then again, that story was largely based on, when you think about it, was based on auto stories. So, if I hit all of the boxes, eh? If I hit all of the boxes. So he has no resistances. 3 phases, so go Himiko, Kafka, Himiko, and Kafka. He's pretty straightforward in a way. Yeah, see, AoE attacks or blast attacks. Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? Blast attacks are... So the concept is blast attacks, right? Where that's the AoE. Fuck you. Thank you. Yeah. I like how they say ice, but I could be wrong. This is usually very wrong. If this is the boss, I think it is. Actually, I haven't checked that. Could be wrong. Because Sunday's fight, I'll have... Everything must rises that must converge. No, a walk amongst the tombstones. Ah. Boss looks like cancer. Oh, I get it. Okay, it's this boss. Nah. Have fun. Have very good fun. See, I need to finish out her traces, I believe. See, I have her about finished as well. I just have to... I have to finish her out. By the way, you know how you can always spot a Bronya storyline, though, for real? If you ever see any woman that looks like this, and a little girl, it's inspired by a Bronya storyline, and I damn near guarantee you, ZZZ were already there. That's how I predicted the whole Anby storyline. In fact. She's grade A support. In fact. But I Fortunately, this is the version of Aberdeen we see. He's an abusive dick, an abrasive villain. He's your typical stereotypical villain. Like the storyline, if you didn't have that storyline, he's just another villain who's cartoonishly overpowered. This will tell you how old the game is. Because this is what the characters are supposed to look like. Fortunately. The weird part is, his body, if you look at it, is similar to the... There's an archetype of monster, it's in this game. Look what they are. You see them in the other two regions. They float and they all have status effects. And they all pretty much look like this. Yes. Boring. And the funny part is, his animation is almost exactly as I said. Like, it's like that one. It's one when you see you fight, God, I can't butcher her name, Cocoline. And they're the assholes who always cause status effects. You see them all over the place. Very simple. But ice has always been my weakness in this game. Like, I have a couple of good ones, but I don't have good ones. Ice has been always a hard element to actually get right in year one. Year one and even going into year two. Ice, you get one... Thing is, we need an ice DPS. But we're not getting one for a while. I probably should have used Acheron. But the issue when I use Acheron, I want... Thing is, this team very rarely even uses... See, like, this team very rarely uses its, skill points. Then you get teams where you have no points at all. And so actually, I need to get Topaz. If I can get Topaz... And I have been after Topaz ever since she came out. Period.
Ready for death. A little honesty would do us good. So fragile, like a wisp of sleep. Stand still. May as well kill them all.
Receive divinity. Repay. Eternal sleep is nothing. And return!
Now, the other person who works in this is if it was purely based on... I could actually do this a lot better and quicker. It's fucking damn. It's going too slow. No, Capcom may have not been the right. You know, technically.
An endless lifespan is just a bitter wait for insanity.
Honestly, I could probably go through this faster. She is correct. The other one is correct as well. I might be able to pull off average. I might be able to pull it off. I would make one change, because I do think I can pull her off. Hold on.
For a wanderer to find rest in this world.
I have a bad. Let's waste.
She can be done, though. Could be more useful when I fight the other one. But I have a better plan. Better. Problem is, if I get rid of her, I need to get rid of her. But she has a follow-up. You know, the only other character that's so abused and forgotten about the devs, and either they nerfed his damage repeatedly to the point people forgot about him? It's him. In fact. He's kind of has that point where he has actually been forgotten about to a degree. But it's also because he is the archetype for summons. So, give or take. It's getting to the point that we don't use him. I'm actually thinking I'm just forcing. Force. He does do a lot of damage, but I could just force the damage too. So. Thing is, there's no dot, people, is there? There is no dots. I don't think I have any other dot, people. Now, if you ever want to go cheeky and you need a shield, you go him. To be honest, his shield effect is actually pretty good, but he does slow down fights retardedly. The only other ice DPS is him. Now, I've had the cursed luck of getting him. I call him the Ice Twink for a reason. So, I pegged him correctly when he came out. Like, I've kept him up to date for a while because they have given me him twice, okay? 3 times to be more precise. He's good in situations that aren't the requirement for Blast, in fact. See, I could actually make Acheron work. Judging how that fight goes, I just... See, it's either the DPS, I didn't want to sit there for like 20 minutes. So... The simple answer might be her to bring out. It's one of them. The not Clara, by the way. She is the not Clara. Or Claire, you could basically get. She's the funny part about her is she is similar to this one. Slightly different. I'm wrong. I always thought she was ice. Oh yeah, that's Jade. See, you see the hints of Jade. She's kind of not. She's kind of a hit or miss as well. Okay, for this to work, I have to hit DOTs. It's going to be an incredibly boring fight regardless. I kind of want to just go damage and get it over with. Kafka is funner in auto battles, to be honest. Jeez, you can use her, but she is the... The question is, can I just force damage as a deal? That's the answer, if it is the case. Forcing damage is probably what I'm just debating on it. If I just... Okay, look. I don't know how it's going to work, because I know how it works in auto battles. but I don't know if it's going to work here. So, as I've said, Caster, she is nothing but blunt damage. Period. She inadvertently, but she has a downside, she kills your entire team. So, take your pick. If you ever just need raw DPS, you can just shove her into a lineup, and it helps because you have him. Now, in reality, is it a little overvalued? Me. Means I have to fucking come up with someone else here. Okay, I'm gonna. Well, I mean, the dots do damage, so that's not the issue. Problem is Kafka. The issue is, can I get the stuff off of Kafka's the deal. Because the ideal lineup look, respectively, to despite what Smug says, and I am going to make fun of you here, Smug, he loves Boot Hill. Cool idea. Surprisingly, a favorite unit of mine is either this is him. Yeah, but then again, Boot Hill was bait. See, partly the answer is the other way. Because in an ideal world, she is set up to counterattack the whole way, right? Because her whole thing comes from counterattacks. So if she's attacked, that works. But physical doesn't feel it. But if it's a DPS race, she's a good one for it. The light cone doesn't work. I mean, you could go in there with a physical lineup and probably work. For the sake of just. I think I forgot his defense is shit. But less I need of the other. Because him, it's not going to be. He's a single target, so I don't need the burst left. Basically, if you need the blast left and right, it's going to be a different story. I just feel like it's going to be an incredibly slow fight for what I need. Secret to him, though. See, the problem with him itself is his stuff comes on the bottom of. So if summons ever become a thing, He'll be the chief part of a lot of lineups, at least in the elements. Thing is, I want damage and I want it over quicker. But she also has a counterattack feature. That is why I like her. So I usually use her or Kafka. He's 25. The problem is too much manual.
We're back here again.
This fight is horrible on.
Everyone, pay attention. We've kept your
Let me remind you.
So basically, if I did that, the two, it'd keep her ultimate up. To be honest, I would wish this damn system would auto. So they don't need sense for it.
your bluff is
And what? Sunday is 3 fucking phases? Sunday is 3 phases. This is already annoying.
Ladies and gentlemen, ready to unveil your cards? The architect's flawed stone. Of no value at all. I'm putting down the bet. I'm taking the gamble. I'm claiming the win. Oh, and fate spin the wheel. A daring gamble. Walking the brink of death for rebirth. For the Emperor Lord!
a bit too much commotion for me. Tedious.
Receive divinity. Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead will return. That which is seized must be repaid. Nothing major.
Is that fair, sense?
This flower, bloom.
Thank you, friend. Stand down and I'll spare you. A blade of moonlight. All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Allow me to see you off.
Honestly, I could probably force casterize.
Allow me to see you off. Receive divinity. Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead will return. That which is seized must be repaid.
Countless threads. All thus, your fate and mine become one.
Abyss flower, bloom.
Thank you, friend. Yes, you! Is that fear I sense? All life be revealed. Stand down. Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed. In lunar flame. Safe vacuum, like a wisp of sleep. Being direct is always preferable. All life be revealed. Have more good concern.
I should have used the restore.
Thank you, friend. Time for revolution.
What are you made of?
Repay. Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead return.
Self, not the sword.
Is that fear I sense?
Either your teams use so much SP, you can't. Either they go through it so quick, or they don't. Or it's basically the fact that I say, oh, fuck, annoys me. I am pissed off. I would rather auto this than have to fucking do this so.
Is that fear I sense?
You chose the wrong enemy. Bloom.
Save it for your own skin.
The only reason Acreon and Kafka would have both been good is because of that dot. That's about it. Honestly, I might as well would have bring in Black Swan while I was at it. Bring in Black Swan and then just go the full.
Stand down.
Within the self, not the soul.
There's so many fights I should lose if it weren't for him. Then again, this game is not a constant. When you're talking about a constant heal game, it's entirely separate. Damn it, should I? Forgot she's
Is that fear I sense?
Because what's funny, inadvertently, the blast damage takes out both. It's a good way to chase this, in fact. Oh, goddamn it. See, good thing he has effect resistance.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
He has effect resistance, so that helps him out a bunch.
Late father.
See, him having blade resistant, his of having effect resist, actually is part of his really the good part about his kit. Ah, sorry. Oh yeah, now my chat just caught up. See, I would say Pella. I'm not against like Pella. She's SP management, yeah. Like teams will literally take entire SP. Now the thing about Henrietta, right? And this is a controversial take upon her. She's not okay. Henrietta and the Henrietta are two separate units. The part. Yeah, this is going to be an annoying boss fight regardless. To be honest, the more blast I have, the better off I would have been. As I. see. Ah, see, Zeka, you got a good idea. This game sucks. I have Ho-Ho. I know. If I just go straight Sunday, I could. I am a hard... See, here's what you don't understand. I can make that work because I do have my Sunday. See, Zeka, I would say look at your team and I could probably find flaws in your team yourself. See, show me your lineup. I can probably fight it. I'm going to say as I said to Smuck. Because I am an exalted player in HI3. Most of you shitstains that play this game wouldn't make it to Red Lotus. Now, reality is, I hate the auto attack system. I prefer it. It's not about the damage in a fight if it's mechanics involved. Because most of you shitstains that play this game would not make it to past Abyss 1 in HI3.
An endless lifespan is just a bitter wait for insanity.
I hate to say that. Because your damage would be too low. I know it's bad. I understand it's bad. Thank you for the reminder. Quite honestly, if it weren't for that effect, it would be better. That's why I don't like this. I don't like this area. The simpler solution for me is actually if you go Kafka, but it doesn't solve the fucking problem now, does it? Because get me on a normal boss fight, this stuff dies. And you don't need Pella to make her shit work. The problem is this game has never done those effects well. And honestly, I would prefer not to do so. And I'm not trying to be a dick, but it does. It just happens. But the thing is, you're still gonna need a healer on the fight. Assuming you don't have her, you put in Sunday. That was my original plan in the first place. But if you have a team around Sunday, you might as well just make only one soul DPS. So... And to be honest, I'm not used to not having the system on auto battle. Because it utterly annoys the hell out of me. It doesn't work. I was hoping to stay stunned longer. I mean, in an ideal world, right? Because if I did not know about the fight, that's a different story. Yeah, see, Zeka, there's your problem. Most teams shouldn't have that. these are the same teams that, in theory, that, again, MiHoYo building, I'm going to say this, and I can say this because if you've never played HI3, or they're highly where there's actual competitive games, right? Where there's actual competitive modes, where I can guarantee if you don't dump a bank account into a game, you're not going to do good. Show me your furthest rank in Deadly Assault, and show me your furthest rank in HI3 Abyss. Oh, wait. That is a big difference in the deep end of the fucking ocean. And quite honestly, if I wanted to be a dick here, to this entire boss, I come shoving castor rice. Castor rice. Because either the one's going to be, either would have been Tribby, do that. So, that's the concept, right? But this is going to be a slow, stupid fight to fucking begin with. Basically, you just force castor ice and fucking call it a day. It's not really made by... It's literally all the teams are the fucking same. What do you... If you don't expect it? Don't bro me, by the way, because I have half your point. They use the same thing. Again, I don't like this lineup in general. Again. Ideally, you would have one defense, one tank, and one support. Well, the design philosophy isn't there. No. HSR, they're now designing it around one. It wasn't always that way. Is that system eventually going to become that? Yes. A large part of Genshin design comes from... It's okay. So if I had to say anything, this game extends from... In its base systems, it's extending from a mix of Genshin mixed with parts of Honkai Impact. Parts of it. But the problem itself right now with the system is they've been in the process of transitioning it. Because most of these teams all suck, man. Because there's a big difference when you're talking design. Because most people don't play... If you play all four, you can see the designs. So if I showed an image of how half these characters played, you'd see it in the system. They play as a combination. Because if you want to go the RPG system, you just might as well go 1 healer, 1 support, and 2 DPS. Oh, I forgot. That was the lineup for about 2.5 versions before the community and some stupid twit basically said that wasn't a thing, now wasn't it? Oh. That's an actual fact, by the way, in the meta. It was 1 potential healer, 1 to 2 supports, so about 2 of your team is actually support, surrounded by a main DPS and a sub DPS, which are still part of main lineups. Or did Tactone fuck this up at some point? Pick your insert, your dumbass, who doesn't know how to do a lineup. Because functionally, you also need people who can functionally work together. And you also need to have the lineup into place. And I mean, do you have the money for that entire lineup as well? Because that's something you have to realize to yourself. Because you have to remember as well, shit is tied to a banner. If an economy is tied to banners, because here's what you have to realize. That is not a good thing. So you skip or miss a banner, your lineup is fucked until the rerun happens. That's what people don't understand. In a case of it, HSR partly does that. Because a lineup of this year is very different. A lineup changes constantly. We've been picking up characters based on sheer speculation of future events for... I probably put the last... So there's entire characters that are skipped. For one reason or another, because how many people pull Jade? This is something you have to think about. People pull Jade because, well, 1 or 2 different reasons. Jade was a forgotten 5-star that was shit. People don't pull Kafka and you're about to put the DOT person into place. Oh shit. Let's say DOT becomes meta. You don't got Kafka. Well, fucked. You didn't pick up any of the DOT people. And that's because some YouTuber or meta-analyst didn't tell you it was good. And that's exactly what happens every fucking time. This is actually why my prediction, like, there's a lot of people that is in this particular... I put it in... So, basically, 1 or 2 things is going to happen with all the Flame Chasers. The Flame Chasers are all over the place. In a traditional thing, let's say you have 1 or 2 you're seeking. So I either have a choice to pick her up or Cypher. Cypher I don't think is going to age well. Also, I do not want to go through the hassle of getting her to 170 speed. If you don't get Cypher to 170 speed, she's not going to be effective at what she does. You have Phanon incoming. You have... So the person I think is behind Phanon is probably Syndria. Which, I mean, I'm not saying her whole kit's going to be... You can find her kit. Fuck it. That doesn't work. Look, if this was a straight boss fight, he would be dead. But it's not meant to be a straight boss fight. I'm annoyed.
Countless threads. Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed.
And the question is, how could I use her properly if I just got her? I mean, unless you're Tactone and you go into debt and ruin your marriage physically over the game. Oh, did you forget about that? Or you want to spend $200 per banner, I wish people luck. So let's assume you pull one bad character. The only reason I passed theoretically on Henrietta is because I don't find her useful. Ice, her mechanic, she needs people to make her work. And if you don't have a section of that lineup, it's not going to work. ZZZ's banners are being designed in a similar manner. So, again, I remind you, because a lot of people that I disagree with how I've never liked HSR's banner system. It's usually also how they do reruns. Like, you cannot make certain people as part of a banner or part of a lineup and then run them counterintuitive to another. E.g. Genshin. Genshin is going to run Skirk. And then both run Skirk, and they are going to run both. Do the rerun of Shimmy. That is a disaster. Now, in reality, is it part of what they did? They have done for... I would probably put close to 2 versions. You do not run 2 popular characters side by side. The answer would be a triple banner. But they don't do triple banners. HSR attempted triple banners. It was successful. But they didn't carry it over. If they carried over triple banners, it would be a fine idea. But then again, that's where the money would be, wouldn't it? Triple banners should be a thing, but they aren't a thing. HSR attempted triple banners, and it proved it could work. Because half your people are not good. Half the people on a banner aren't sought after. Because this is the issue with a lot of lineups.
Always hide your ace with a straight face.
Isn't that be... Sorry, a second.
Friends, to fully relish this, I'm betting every last shit. Only by casting aside reason does one truly gamble. Emanator, I know you'll match my wager, right?
Okay. I wouldn't call... Are you talking the Fate banner? The Fate banner... Okay, I'm not even gotten into that whole thing with the Fate banner. The Fate banner is... how do you put it? Does anyone remember Oscar? Now, if you're going to put a Fate... Why would you put the Fate banner on the same timeline you're going to put Fate on? That doesn't make sense. Because stuff I'm missing in my lineups, right? Assume you're losing at 50-50. You're not getting them.
I might pass through the place you mentioned.
Penacomy. What do you hope to find within a dream?
Not looking for anything. They aren't in a dream.
I'm afraid family will not open the doors for you.
Why?
Because the path you walk is not accepted by the Harmony.
Even if...
Precisely because it's not what you want. Because they are not like other eons. They have never glanced at anyone. They leave woven strands of...
There are always those who rise from the shadows. In your eyes. Am I the same?
We still have a strand of color, but not much.
That is enough. Before they vanish completely, I will reach the nihility's end. I wish to mourn the departed, weeping like rain, to swell the crossing stream.
Hmm.
As the tide arrives, leading you back home.
One minute. Now, there's something I've suspected in the story, and you have to play through it to actually see it, because they don't explain it. So all the eons work like a yin and yang. In reality. I think except for one. There's a yin and yang to them. Nihility is different like I forget how the relationships, because it's really hard to keep track of what is the opposite. Because there's something that's Acreon is tied to the deeper, but she's tied to the deeper understanding of it in a way because of what the emulators are. Because the emulators are the closest to whoever the person is. See, like there is an actual, I forget who the actual one for destruction is. And she works as a difference. So I guess they're saying it's a difference in because nihility is a black hole. It's entropy. Then you take into account because this is what no one really because 2.1 confused the fuck out of people because I think this is still 2.1 because there is so much in 2.1 that you have to stop and you have to look at it because the actual story, right, where they have to start explaining it because this was their gamble to throw the entire universe or say what is an emulator and what's their purpose. Because a lot of characters walk the nihility path, or they walk whatever path they do, but it doesn't. Like supposedly, like some of the characters will be so. See, there's this thing about what's. I'll have to get an actual when you actually look at the actual character abilities, it makes sense. Now you went with Boot Hill because, dude, you went with Boot Hill because you're just a male gay simp. Let's be clear. Insert meme here. Because it's not that Sundays is entirely separate, though. By the way, I want you to note something about Acreon. The reason why I call her Hresher of Thunder is because when you see her depicted as having the horns, that's Hresher of Thunder. How about that? Because she's not one of the first known emulators, but they don't fully. To be honest, 2.1 has a lot of lore drops in it. She became the embodiment. Yeah, that's the thing. They are, but at the same time, they do play roles as well. Because the Aeons themselves are something they're. I do think the Aeons do play a larger role. I mean, they do, but the Aeons are also supposed to be yin and yang, except for one, supposedly, that merged. Because one thing is I'll say, and admits the story. Hmm. Oh, I'll find flaws. Just like you find, I'll find the flaws. I can find flaws in anything, by the way. That is a very good talent.
Wake up from this dream and go to where you should be. Your gamble is not over yet.
See, part of, like, Acreon is one of my favorites, though. Because there's also the comparisons that get drawn between her character design and Raiden Shogun. Now, the later character designs, what's funny, are coming from a mix. It's like people actually forget a lot of the origin designs. And some are designed in this game from Genshin base.
I don't think this and never have. Nor do you. And because of that, it's pointless.
The preservation never has made sense.
My answer might not be able to resolve your confusion, because it has been with you throughout your journey and is already a part of your life. But you said sleep is the rehearsal of death. So why does life slumber?
And Nihility
Because we are not ready.
is entropy.
But you can definitely understand, even if the ending has been predetermined, that's fine. Or the end. There are many things that humans can preserve on their journey.
But to be honest, it also shares. Nihility also shares the path with finality.
The end will thus
Because if you know the relationship with finality in Honkai Nihility is actually the. Finality is the end.
Your friend has already given you the answer.
Hmm.
Good luck.
I could be wrong about them working yin and yang, but see, the Aeons drive the universe because this was the storyline that was supposed to establish. Well, okay, technically every MiHoYo game has a main story. What is the actual end? Because Amorphous, people are waiting to see what the end will be. Because isn't it like Hunt? The Hunt is supposed to contradict, was it preservation? At least that's what I've picked up from running around that area enough. Hunt contradicts preservation. Or because the source of that corruption is preservation. It's like one of the few. And what the greater play is, if you do think destruction's the ultimate end, supposedly we're supposed to get the destruction emanator at some point. At least that was the rumor. That was at least the rumor. if destruction is the final versus nihility, because that is basically fine. Because if you see the scenes where they show this, this is exactly what finality turns into in basically HI3's universe. That's the Kiana's end form. Kiana's end form is finality. But there's also a puzzle in finality as well. Because I want to say people are starting to draw comparisons to this and the story that's going to be the end of ZZZ as well. Because ZZZ's story we're kind of gathering, it's all going to be how they explain it. Because technically, if all Honkai universes mirror each other,
He kept his promise and got what he wanted. Let's fulfill our duty. I come for an audience. I come to fill wine. And I bestow poison in the guise of sweet dew. All for the Amber Lord.
though if I remember correctly, Jade was a nothing burger. See, Firefly's that weird character as well.
All that I am.
But Firefly's character is tied to. Firefly's character was tied to the Swarm, though. You lost Jade. Yeah, I'm sorry, Abundance. Those were wrong one I was thinking of. Sometimes get names mixed up. I know the symbols. Yeah, Abundance contradicts it because Hunt, that's like one of the few, but. See, Firefly's story was tied to the Swarm, basically. And she's like the last of her kind. That's why I said parts of this actually have really. Like you're supposed to use Gallagher in. They make him a good character, though. Though I never use Gallagher. You're supposed to actually use Gallagher. Though I wouldn't design. See, my design, I think I've ever explained this to you. I don't like having one DPS character. And if I have to waste skill points on something, I'm going to hope it's good. Sunday, you have to admit, is a good villain, though. Sunday is a very good villain. Because Sunday's been playing everybody. So if Abundance contradicts the Hunt, Destruction's an interesting one because I'm not saying Destruction. I forget who the Aeon. I think it is Destruction. Destruction is Whoever's behind, who's the Abyss people? Because there's the whole pantheon in this game is all weird. You take breaks from it and you forget it. Because it's not like the Abyss, but they could be agents of nihility, but that would be different. But usually the problem I have with anybody that makes a team lineup in this game, okay, team lineups, right? I would personally, look, we played year 1 and going into year 2 without the idea of major supports. Like, I think Sunday and both Avertine were the first major supports in their class. Class supports. Ranmua was another one. But the problem comes when you need them in the variants. Because there was also a period that light was utterly useless. You could promote light, but light wasn't needed. But like ice, you're forced to literally, like for example on ice, I'm not saying you're forced to pull people, because Henrietta is not the answer to the ice problem for a lot of lineups. Because a lot of her stuff it's designed around a mechanic that is very complicated that needs other people to make it work. You're either going to have a good 5-star that defines a meta, or it's a build around meta.
You know, in the thick of things, people are blind to the grit in their eyes. Yet they can always feel it scratch. Want the answer? I'll give it to you. The whole thing is just fate playing a cruel joke on us.
Death doesn't make sense. Like, I played this, and even when I was looking into it, that doesn't make sense. Because there's so many... Okay, for all the bad... See, here's your boyfriend. By the way, here's your boyfriend. Yes. Favorite character. You know why he fell off? It's because he was destruction. In a time, physical destruction is shit. Physical destruction still suffers. That and combined, he's one of the most retarded characters ever. Because I remember them trying to drip feed Boot Hill, and we said he was garbage. See, then again, Robin is actually... I remember the drip marketing for this dumbass. And then he was like meta for all but 5 minutes before forgotten about. But to be fair, we all have our mains, by the way. We all have our mains. just to make the point. I have been a champion of the off-meta people for a while. Hey, Jingliu, one of my favorites. No one uses her, and even when she comes around, no one wants to pull her. The problem is you need to make physical good again. They don't make physical good. If you're relying on a character's SP combined with their skill points to make them good, and you're using that, you shouldn't make a character to have to go through 20 layers of buffs to become useful. A good character is designed around a gimmick with a potential support. You should not have to stack 8,000 buffs to make a character work. If I have to run something to buff the damage good or make their mechanic work, that means your mechanic is shit. Because it doesn't work that way. Well, to be fair, most of the hunt characters are kind of busted. I wouldn't say, okay, who would you think does more damage? Fei Zhao or him? Think about it. Fei Zhao is probably one of the strongest hunt characters in the game. Unironically. But she's also part of every break lineup but then again, you need both, actually, Firefly and her. Like, if you get her and Firefly, she's probably going to be very busted. Because you say Boot Hill because he's your favorite. That's the only reason. Boot Hill's copium. Saying Boot Hill is better is pure copium, though. Let's be clear. If he ages well... Okay, depends where you're playing, right? It actually depends where you're playing. If we're talking Apocalypse Shadow, Memory of Chaos, or the other one, that's a separate story. That's where real characters shine. To be honest, a lot of characters only fall off or become worse because the fact that they don't get support and they're forgotten about. It's just like the dragon version of Don Hong basically fucking fell off a cliff. There was, to be honest, they make good stuff for him, but the idea is he doesn't make it into lineups. See, I don't know. Fate is going to be one of those weird characters. Because isn't Fate a 4-star, though? Fate has a 5-star and a 4-star. Because Saber's going to be the 5-star and Archer's going to be the one given out for free. And Saber supposedly is Faisal cousin, basically. Little sister. Like,
Is this the united as one that the family espouses?
Gallagher, yeah, Gallagher aged pretty decently, like even in free to play.
From the sound of it, it seems like you're asking me to leave, Penacomy. If you think you can. I ended it with a period. Knowing who I am and still showing such malice. You're not the first, nor will you be the last. This scene played out many times before. And usually, when faced with my questions, most people retort. The result has invariably been.
But we remind 137 individuals. That is how many heathens I have exiled since I became Dream Master. Among and here I stand again.
And you will die. But that won't come to pass. I'll do as you ask. I'll leave.
A wise choice.
I wasn't aware there was a choice.
To you, that surely is the only option. Please bear in mind, you and Penacomy are of different worlds. Those born on the far bank cannot seek solace.
See, there's a theory people are starting to develop that HSR. See, part of when you look at HSR's world, you look at like Tavot, it's similar. Because you know the whole idea of the false sky? The rest of the universe is actually corrupted. And if you look at HSR's universe, see HSR's universe, if you look at the map and the planet, is maybe the end goal is similar to Tavot. I just think what Boot Hill is part of the reason why I don't like. Okay, Boot Hill's gameplay might be good. Every character 5-star is supposed to be good at something they do. The question is, some are more effective than others. Because that's actually why, if you see the trailer, you never seen the trailer for the next Genshin, right? For next one. Skirk is being taught by the person who is actually thought as a higher. Because she's falling through the false sky, and the rest of the universe is corrupted. What's funny, it's a very similar color to Abyss slash. You see it as a very similar color to the Nihility. Nihility is. Oh no, Gallagher's good. Don't get me wrong. I mean, if I did MOC more, yeah. I'm not saying that's wrong. See, Robin is that weird one. What's funny is Robin is just like Astro Xiao in a way. Which is strange, isn't it? She's very familiar. She's kind of very similar in the aspect. What's funny is that's why Astro Yell was actually very broken, but wouldn't surprise me. There you go. You just hit the nail on the head when I have an issue with Boot Hill. You just said it. There you go. There you are. See? Self-awareness. The British eventually get it. Right? Single target. Single target. There's your problem. How much, though, of the end game is single target? That's something you gotta think about. A majority of stuff in the game is not single target anymore. Now, assuming that it's just a boss or something, that's going to be single target. A majority of it, I marked it out very early on. Blast was going to be the answer. Yeah, no, actually, Rappa is one of the ones I wanted, strangely enough. But I just saw her banner very late. What's funny is, but most people want her because of her animation. Now, I will say it's weird Firefly's aesthetics. But see, part of Firefly's thing is she's tied to the Stellaron Hunters, but she's also supposedly the last of her kind. Because the rest of the planet cracked. It comes from actually the Swarm, if I am correct. It's been a long time since I've seen that. Because I believe I'll remember it. Yeah, that's why I say, yeah, pure fiction. Yeah, pure fiction is where, yeah, pure fiction's that weird one. See, of the modes, I think it's pure fiction's Memory of Chaos and Apocalypse Shadows. That's partly why the Ice Twink fell off in characters, to be honest. Like, if it's single target, like, you can do Lingly, you can use her because she develops a blast. Basically. She turns into a blast. Oh god, I am so tired of this. I just want this done. Oh yeah, now we are to the point with Apocalypse Shadows. This is Apocalypse Shadows. You have to get this far, and I've never done it. I've had it unlocked. Actually, now I actually finally unlocked it. This is the other mode, by the way. You know this as well, right? Apocalyptic Shadows was... I think does it still matter? Is the question. Hold on. No, they rolled this shit into... Was it such a bad one that they actually rolled it into... Because I can't remember the last time they talked about promoting this. Because I know Apocalyptic Shadows is still... I know it's a mode. When Safeguard is on, weakness is broken. Dispel the current state. States of allies recover. Because I remember this mode when it was first introduced. Then they tried to revamp it. But it also actually just... God. Fuck. Remember why I said how you can always tell a Bronya storyline? Because they look like her. The scientist around Ambi looks like her, the main person. Battlefield transfer, right? Fire that. Now, I will be honest. You know, there was a time Kafka was an absolute monster, but because I can't remember the last time they promoted this. Because I know it gets updated. But I don't remember the last time they promoted it. Because Apocalyptic Shadows is actually the one everyone forgets about. But it's part of the end game where you earn the extra. Kafka is kind of scary in her own right, though. No, I'm not saying it. Most of it's single now. No, I'm just thinking too, because a lot of this was just outright forgotten about. You kind of know it, but it's not the same. I don't know. The problem with Memory of Chaos, it's something different. Like, it's... I should say, single targets fall apart when there is the other part. See, Apocalyptic Shadow's that weird one. Like, I've known it's existed. I attempted it when it was still a free trial once, but not twice. I don't like that, though. You know what? I got an idea, though. Here. One calf to go. Acrea. The issue is who you actually put in for the healer. Because here... Here. Here. And you can have the other one. The problem at half 2 with Boot Hill always felt was wrong. He's physical, right? Physical fell off. They don't talk about it falling off, but it fell off. I mean, physical literally fell off a fucking cliff at some point. They just don't admit it. And that's kind of the tragedy of it. See, some people don't like Argenti. It's like some people don't like her. Physical fell off a fucking cliff. What do you mean? It didn't. Really? Physical fell off a fucking cliff. You was dying halfway through year 1, Smug. What the fuck are you on about? Physical was not in a good shape. I need a healer. I need a healer. And unfortunately, that's starting to look like a... I'm actually kind of curious if that works. You know what? I lost a 50-50 and actually got her. You know, I was going to pull Hyacinth just because she was a healer, by the way. Strangely enough. Which is funny, by the way, with her. I'll get her in reruns, though. She's a summon and that. Yeah, he's also Kevin, by the way. Imagine that one. Right? Well, the thing is, he's Kevin. Are you going to tell me that Kevin is going to suck? Okay, he is literally Kevin with, I regret the decision not to bring a quantum. And we'll be fine. Because the AI is going to mismanage this. Do you ever wonder why Black Swan is meta in DOT? You need two to make DOT work. Here's the thing. You need two people to make DOT work. Black Swan and Kafka. And assuming the new one. And I'm not bashing on Fugue. I was going to pull her. But she comes up at a really shitty fucking time. She was on mine. It's horrible. Because her... Okay, when they did her banner... What did they did? Jock's banner as well around the same time too? Jock's banner came up at a really shitty fucking time, by the way. Because he's really good as well, right? His shit came up at a really bad time as well. So if you get him in a rerun, that's about the other. But I'll pick up Hyacinth and rerun, though. It's because she actually summons a special My Little Pony to beat people. But there's also a heal involved. So. But the question's when we're going to get a rerun. The problem is MiHoYo fucking always thinks people need to spend $200 on a fucking banner. Basically. Like, there's a lot of people who are good in the... Oh god, I remember when she first came up as a boss. Oh, was she a massive bitch. Now, if you really want fun, stick Blade and Caster Rice in the same team. Do it for shits and grins. Throw Caster Rice in. Maybe. But I also remember people doubted Blade, too. Apparently.
Let's wait and see.
But see, also, I do know Pure Fiction is one of those ones, like, when I did that, they actually changed that. See, the problem with Memory of Chaos itself is it's kinda hellacious. It's just like as we discussed. People forget Liu Chao exists. They forget him. They said don't pull him. Then every idiot fucking realized they needed him. He is the only combat heal in the game. He's the only one. Supposedly they say there's like a void version of him or another version of him that's going to income. But there's actually combos you can actually do with phase out that is not listed that if you're good, you can actually get her to have an ult every turn. Because she does not. So supposedly, there's a way in her kit that you will have that. I just play for shits and giggles. But there was a time she was the world's shittiest boss, by the way. Because if you let her live, she just ruins your day, basically. So it's the same one, they just do the node up. And I'm assuming this goes up to 90. Do you know in the high end, that's where you would bring caster price? Because I'm assuming this goes up to 90. Because if this is 870, next will be 80, the next will be 90. Yeah, AS is, yeah. See, this is where I neglected the game, because I didn't like this section of the game. Nick. By the way, I despise how they do healers. By the way. Look, healers should prioritize healing, but the AI doesn't prioritize it. It's always why I find it annoying. The thing is, your AIs that are actual heal supports should prioritize healing every turn. Because that's most of the time they're only good at it. I remember at least. That's why I said I hate CCC's endgame. CCC's endgame is gonna get grindy like this, though. So usually the idea is, and again, a lot of my lineups are very old. That's why my Genshin lineups look like hell. They look like a very early version of the game. Or when they redid, before they did some systems, and I just forced DPS down people's throats. Because you know that, not, not Surrend. It's going to be the follow-up to her. Or it's going to be the one around her. It's going to be the new Destruction one. The new destruction one is bleed. Basically. By the way, this fight, I love it. This fight is one of the first you actually do. And its backdrop and the music is actually good too. It's actually a good one. You don't hear it in the soundtrack, though. It's actually pretty good. You know what's how many people did not want to pull Himiko year one, because they didn't like her. Oh yeah, Avertine? Yeah, I think what gets people about Avertine, I think Avertine has the gamble mechanic though. That's kind of what makes that a weird fight. Because like people like I think in year two, like they offered Blade to people. Like that's a strange thing. They offered Blade. Like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Smug. Didn't they the first time we had Shinhei, right? So you would agree with me. You shouldn't run Shinhei on the back of Skirk. That is the dumbest decision. Because I looked up at the last time we had a Shinhei rerun. It was on the back end of fucking Ayaka in 3.5. Basically. You don't choose that. That's pretty bad. Like, don't get me wrong, Ayaka is really good. Surprisingly, though, Shinhei is not. I suspect they'll shove her in. But it took them how long to shove her into the Chinese New Year event? They didn't do it a year ago. They did it this year. And I'm assuming she'll be in the banner for next year. Now, she is classified as a nice support, surprisingly enough. But she's a polearm ice support. But she can be made mainline DPS. By the way. Because that's the issue. Skirk is actually going to be short sword. I'm going to actually have to farm up a short sword, and that's going to suck. So. I'm assuming that's when you start getting into more of the severe damage. You actually have to pull out the big damage numbers towards the end of this particular one. Because I would probably... But again, you can't really use Caster Ice without a healer constant, though. That's the problem. She suffers sustain issues. See, I wonder, do they give her that mechanic that everyone had? Because she has a control mechanic. Believe it or not. Yeah, I'm wondering if they still gave that to her or they took that away from her. And see, to make the more of the fall, like, you can take, like, phase out, make her, stick her in there and do it. It's, like, not as effective with this style, but if you shove her into one where there's, like, 3, that bar will fill up auto. Hmm. Probably. That's why I need to level him. The issue with her, no, it's just an issue with her. She has, Smug, you never played, did you play with, Pareshra Flame Scion? I always had the argument with, people. They thought Pareshra Flame Scion was totally fine. I'm like, long-term endurance, she's very hard in modes to maintain. They had to even her out. Because she has the old, like, Vermilion Himiko ult issue. Vermilion one. Where you have her life every single time. Except, it's that weird one. No escape. Boss Mirage will target one. After it uses up, it will deliver an unmarked target. Clear as day. See, I need to get my Gallagher level. The problem is, as I was playing, I do take breaks. See, the problem is you can't do the bare minimum and then go around and level 18 people. It's physically impossible. You need the fuel. See, they do add the guides, so... Yeah, so they don't give her the control mechanic. That's actually, one of the hardest things when people, I think was when they first introduced the Henrietta mode. She was the final boss. Everyone kept having their shit kicked in because she gained control of their best unit. The more funnier part about it. Or you change it. See, the power in Himiko is her auto, like, if all else fails, that's when you change the lineup. See, if this wasn't enough, right? So if this wasn't, like, enough, you go potentially Tribby and Castorize. You go Tribby, Castorize. But it also undermines the, it kind of undermines. What's funny is if you do need a healer, I don't... The dragon one does work. She's just random. Alternatively... Hold on. Blade is good, but there is better follow-up. You know what's funny about him? He's a strange character. People are gonna probably, when I looked into what his kit does, weirdly enough, if it weren't... See, okay. You pull him, there's a lot of people who didn't pull him, by the way. They chose not to. And I can understand why. He implants weaknesses, then explodes them, kind of thing. It's hard to describe. So, like, if you have it, like, it actually works. Like, people actually said, don't pull him. Thank you for that, by the way. Thank you for the reminder. I'm so glad people know. Yeah, I know they do. I'm not leaving it this way. I know she needs another hunt character. I was proving a point. Strangely enough. So Axia's probably... See, Axia's supposed to be good. You could actually run her that way. It's not the problem with it. You can run her the way... You can actually run her a different way. The problem itself... Yeah, no, I have not leveled the shit in fucking ages. Ugh, some stuff. I redid gear, did not level things. My fault. This mode's a different mode, though, so keep it up for what I need to. Look, a lot of people don't, like, a lot of people will run stuff the same way. Now, you can run things on them, sure. But it's only these modes that matter to. See, I redid his gear. It doesn't really matter, though, as long as you get the job done. The secret to her, though, is entirely separate. Because with her, it's the same reason. No offense. She's basically a bruiser at the end of the day. It doesn't change. Because this is the issue a lot of people have. The reason why she is technically good for what it is, her whole purpose has always been to smash the shit out of things. It's the same reason you use Acme. Logistically, you're making her buff go boom. Now, in reality, there's ways to do it. She needs more follow-up, yes. She's a... See, that's my point right there. Her whole shit is built around follow-up. That is her... So the idea, that's why, like, when you stack her with, like, 3 follow-ups, 2 follow-ups, about to, you'll find it. Her buff entirely works. Blade is good. The thing is, you're capitalizing on follow-up. That's the trick. If you really, the problem is you can actually make her explode in the terms of what she can do, because if you get a constant follow-up. That's why if you pair her with, so if you pair her with a summon, because like her, like she gives you 2 follow-ups. Trust me, I've tested this theory. It works. He is a follow-up attack as well, but his additional is an end of turn effect. Hers is, she has 2 combined attack phases, which is follow-ups. That's actually one thing that if there's a follow-up lineup, I have probably figured out a way to bust it wide open. It sounds crazy, but that's usually been my MO for a long, long time. Like if you stick her or you stick the other one. But hers is only if she's attacked. Himiko is a base. But that's like totally not even in the element. The issue itself is if you really... See, there's 2 units. If you ever really need damage, you either shove her or her. She's still a really good defense, but from the other. She triggers another follow-up, too, if you really want to get cheeky. She is another follow-up. Silver Wolf has been in a weird spot for a while. If you're going on brand of elements. Until you succeed. Front end, you would stick the other one. The beauty of Castor Rice is not that the... See, the people that miss Castor Rice, though I find her misunderstood a lot, is she has probably the bluntest quantum damage in the game. But she kills your team. You have to create sustain, or something to the effect to make her work. Or some sort of passive heal. But she has a unit that even if you're not dealing in a quantum weakness, she'll do blunt damage. See, there's your problem. You mentioned about 2 people that I don't have now. See, you mentioned about 2. That's the problem, isn't it? Think about this. That's 3 5-stars. 2 of which aren't offered that fucking much. I can't recall the last time we had an Avertine rerun. Cypher, you also have to get to 170 speed as well to make work. Ramen is barely rerun now. Even as popular as she is, she's not run a lot. So to make Cypher pop, in theory, you have to have the most obscure metagame to make her go boom. Also, you have to have her base speed at a 170. If you don't meet a base speed of 170, she's going to suck. Are you? No, I know Gallagher. Like, the... No, I mean you can't. No, what I mean long-termly, right? It's not sustaining just her. That's not the problem. Pastor Rice drains from the entire team. Castor Rice has a similar function to... It's like, how do you make Farina good? One of the biggest problems I have with a lineup I'm trying to figure out for my Furina is I need to find a way to shove a fucking healer in the goddamn place. Because she kills your entire fucking team to do what she has to do. I believe you. Look, honestly, it's only in split modes. I know that if the worst comes the worst to it, I have to. Actually, I don't remember these bosses. I remember these bosses being scarier. So, like, Furina, right? People forget. Part of the reason also, you ever notice Furina's not talked about a lot as Archons being good? Now, what's funny about Murata... You know, let me controversial take. She's one of the best Archons in the game, but she's hated by the fans for some reason. And when she becomes good, they're gonna bitch that there's no rerun because she wasn't popular. I think the AI is forgetting to heal. Just like with Furina. They called Furina mid. Then they realized she was busted. Then they asked for a rerun of her. MiHoYo did not give it to them. Crazy, huh? On Genshin? North America. I play North America. I need to, but one of the biggest lineups in there I need is water gems. I don't get water gems. This isn't gonna work. This would work if... I'm going to have to manual this because the AI is retarded. I'm going to reiterate, this AI is fucking retarded. Look, if I could duplicate... The AI doesn't know to heal unless the fucking health goes below 50%. And then they open up your lineup to be entirely nuked from fucking orbit. Trust me, I would be here for like the next 5 hours trying to get this figured out. So the AI does not heal unless they're at least 40 or 50% sometimes. That always kills you in these modes. So it wouldn't be a rough issue if she healed every fucking turn. But they don't. Meh. It's always been my complaint about the AI doesn't prioritize it. Because if the AI prioritized it, it would be better. Because you think if the prioritized whatever the unit specific is, the only reason the Chow works, one reason, partly he makes the better healer and everyone skips on him, is he's a heal every single turn. It's actually 2 heals every turn if you're good with it. Like if you do 2 heals a turn, in fact. That's why it works. And see, my only other healer is this one. And she is fucking random as a motherfucker. Okay, her heal is a random heal. But she also revives. So if you replace one, you replace the other. So the issue is not the damage, the issue is in the sustain. But I often find with her, you can't AI it. You have to run it yourself. Because the AI refuses to fucking heal. So it makes it a more of a pain in the ass, actually. Tribby. Sunday? Probably. What do you mean the... Yeah, no, it's gonna be the other. You know, it's not like my Sunday's not weak. I mean, Giles do what he needs to. Yeah, and the other. It's the heal, though, is the deal. I gotta change the buff, though. Right? What, switch the Mims? Yeah, Mim sprite, yes. But there's no enhance. Well, why wouldn't you go into one normal? Because that is damage difference, though. But usually to maximize tribute, you need, well, actually, her more along the. Fucking AI. See, the AI. See, if the AI healed every fucking turn she came up, that would be a different story. It's always my problem with these modes. If I have to manual a mode to make it work, I might as well go play Abyss. Because the issue is not damage, the issue is living. So yes, the 2 follow-ups do work, but that is the trick. You cannot let those things live. See, the AI lets the... See, you cannot let the summons live. They let the summons live too much. Their priority targeting is very screwed up, by the way. Because the issue here is not as much... That's an issue as well. Because that's the problem why I usually use a shit ton of burst, which is the AoE. Because you have to understand left and right. Like, you cannot let her summons get turned. And those things are going to live forever. I mean, they're going to live forever. You can't. I'm only going to use it for... I'm only going to use it when I need it. I don't see a scene... Okay. I don't see the same... I don't see this lineup being... Okay. Smug, let me tell you something. If I'm playing story versus here... I don't treat every game... Okay. This mode is meant to just... for this suffering. This mode, you have to run this lineup. Avertine story, I don't have to. Now, do I? Also, again, I'm not gonna... You have to manual it. And I said I was experimenting. This works better here, but it's also a good lineup to know works. This shit's living too long. See, the AI is not intelligent enough to heal. They bring your team to the brink of death. But I come from the era of the game where everything has 30 AoE nukes. And this is takes a while. See, you're missing key damage, too. Like, it buffs her. Like, in theory, it buffs her. The idea is she's going to have that. But it puts a lot onto your main DPS person with having to support. Now the only person who makes this lineup be better would be Hyacinth. This assumes and this works, the AI follows a rotation. If an AI follows a rotation, this works. But it also puts a lot of heavy work on your Tribby build, your Tribby. And it also puts a lot of work onto the main DPS. The only thing I'm missing from her is about 200 recommended attack. By the way, I don't use Pred 1. I use Game 8. Game 8 is a little bit better in the meta supports, though. Game 8 is a lot better, in my experience, with the build guides. Pred 1 does work. Ah, it takes too long.
Intercepting sword technique.
Let's wait and see.
Practice target. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the thing. Ho-Ho is never been really a bad unit. I'm not gonna lie. Amio, God, I call it Amio. Wind, depending on what you want to call it. Played too many of the similar games. It works really good for her. Eh. Now, the only reason about Hyacinth, right? She's... okay, how to put this? Energy regen. See, Smug, didn't you say you hated energy regen and ZZZ? But you don't realize it can work the same here? No, you need it. But the big thing about here is... does a character pop from its ult? Because usually energy regen is never an issue in a lineup if you can find the relic set or the relic roll. Because you got a difference, because there's a difference in... gain control of, didn't she? Fuck. Dispel that damn shit with a passion. Oh, dear Christ God, dispel that. So the AI is willing to let the debuff stay into place. That's the one thing I hate. The AI does not assume a debuff is a threat. So if the AI doesn't assume a debuff is a threat, they don't dispel it. The same thing as goes about the healing. That's the problem. See, like, he could have easily done it, but the idea is you ain't gonna do it on the other half. See, that's what I was saying. The more follow-up you have, the better. See, technically that's why I'm supposed to have Topaz. If I can get Topaz, it would go where Himiko is. But see, that's part of the... See, the way her stuff goes up... Okay, on the next fucking following... No. We're gonna take the bet on the next turn that he doesn't clear up the debuff? Because it doesn't fucking assume it's a threat? The AI is just letting itself be killed because it chooses not to do the debuff. When it has the energy for it. It has the actual skill point for it. So you leave the team open to be utterly destroyed. So here's a... As I said, this actually does showcase how bad some of the game's mechanics and priorities are. So on the turn that came up, a player naturally dispels that effect. But, again, if it chooses not to, that effect stays. That's an actual downside to a lot of this AI. Like, I've done a lot of the modes and learned it so you can just figure it, but... See, it keeps the thing alive, but still, it's like... That effect's only gonna get worse in the next phase. Because the AI does not prioritize... Let's see, does it do the blast, or is it gonna do the... So the idea here is... See, the idea works, assuming the AI doesn't play utterly retarded. See, partly... How did that buff not go off? But thankfully, though, it doesn't prioritize him. Oh my... Yeah. Nope, nope. This could go one of two ways. But that's just the inherent problem. See, part of his... Oh, it still annoys me. Yep, she's... AI is retarded. See, it's not gonna work. Because he never attacks. Unless, and I mean unless, you have a bank of skill points. And they let the debuff stay. So if you let the debuff stay, you're fucked. Because if this was MOC, you would already be way above the... way below the damn qualification. Because MOC, like... major. But it's also, if he does that effect a turn, also gives a resistance effect. Traditional. And he's going to be forced into the position to heal himself. Because the heal that should go to the other ones. Because it works as long as the AI doesn't do stupid. Hope that free heal doesn't go over. So basically, if the free heal doesn't make its way up. That's what we call a magnificent recovery.
Don't be scared. See you later. Something for everybody.
Receive divinity.
See, it works because of like just the sheer sustain.
Let's wait and see.
Intercepting sword technique. Let's see something. Burn away. Not so fast. How about a one-on-one?
You chose the wrong enemy. Eternal sleep is not there.
I venture forth to hunt. I have something for you.
But you have to, literally, forced. You can't trust the AI, so do it yourself.
Stay safe.
I'll see you off.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity can see as its desire to control the heavens, and I am no exception.
Eternal sleep is not the enemy.
You won't get away.
So to a point, you can propagate it.
How does that feel? Ready?
Okay.
Receive divinity.
Thank you. Stay safe.
Eternal
See,
sleep.
keeping your stuff healed is different.
Time for an overhaul. I venture forth to hunt. Zoning out. I can help. You won't get away.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Feeling a little dizzy? Show me what you can do. I'll give you 5 seconds. I have something for you.
That was unfortunate.
Perhaps you still don't humanity can see as its desire to control the heavens, and I am
That was unfortunate than fuck. This is true. That is true. Auto can work as long as the team isn't totally dumb. But the thing about these modes, but sometimes auto can be used for it. Heal him. But the philosophy of auto is they should be doing what the team is meant to do. And what's funny? People don't like her either. There's actually two characters, believe it or not. Like, there's actually two characters that people forget exist. So, Yunli is a weird one. Like, they don't somehow... I should also kill that damn thing with a passion. She actually has several different effects that actually make her pretty good. Hmm. I should probably kill the summons. I mean, falling off and doing two different things. I mean, we're talking when she fell. How many people do you ever see use her outside of the random people? Her whole role is a tank, my friend. If anything else. When I mean physical fell off, she in reality is not really a true physical. Now, if you use her for her intended purpose, as a follow-up and a counterattacker, which is her whole purpose, she works as follow-up and counter. Yeah. Elements fall off a lot. But parts of elements will fall off in effectiveness given the amount of time. Because I don't know how long you've played, if you've ever seen them. I mean, elements will... See, okay. Elements fall off in the terms of seasons. Like seasonal play-ish, which will be the... Like, if people do not physically think that elements get used, elements fall off when and if they aren't used or rechanged or rebuffed periodically. Because there was a period in the game, light looked good, but light wasn't a must. Light and quantum were suggestions. Now, then they doubled into about year 2. They made light a shit ton more important over that entire year. Quantum also got a buff as well. Went from being a mine. And most elements always are required for counterplay to whatever these things are. Well, that's personal opinion. See, I just do not like Boot Hill's aesthetics, and I also don't like his single target focus. Plus, I mean, if it come up and I would probably pull him out of curiosity, I would. I mean, it's not like your biggest fan of London Stan. I have to throw that at you. You know the only reason I tolerate her? She has a tank purpose. Argenti is I kind of like as physical as well, but yeah. AI is being retarded again. AI is being retarded, aren't they?
I venture forth to hunt. You've got a lot of nerve. Time for an overhaul.
But to be honest, you can make... Really? Quite honestly, if it weren't for her counter defense, she would have probably been forgotten about. But see, like, I would say, what was it? like the Great Light rework, strangely enough, which they should. It'd be funny if they do a rerun of Rappa.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Which I was really hoping they would do. You mean the other one? Well, I don't know. Counter, like, what's funny about, like, one character I'm surprised they never rerun is the one. So, counters. It is a niche. Like, it is really much the case. Of, like, I saw her more referred to as, like, Claire was. Like, when you think about how Clara was, to this day, is still probably one of the weird destruction ones. But she actually kind of just fits that same rule. This is getting annoying. But to my knowledge, though, I don't think there's really many counter people in the game. Like, she serves as the closest I've ever found is to a tank. Like, out... Oh, my fucking word.
I'll see you off. Receive divinity. Eternal sleep is not that good.
You do not play around with that dominated effect. That's the thing. They choose to play around with that. They choose to fucking let that stand. That shit should not be standing in any fashion. Because I want to say, very few actually have a parry, though. I want to say it's like... The parry mechanic was the... I know she's not the only one with it. Yeah, see Clara, yeah. Yes, that's true. What is it about? Fua? Yeah, no, Fua is a... But when was the last time you saw a rerun of Fua? Fua is also that weird defense. I just have to baby this. I'll probably go on with the story because I'm going to go insane. Because as I said, I'll be here for 5 hours trying to figure this stuff out. Because that's what I do. I'll be here for 4 hours. I gotta get to that boring ass Sunday fight, dude. Good God. Oh, not that one. Oh. I thought you meant the other one. Hmm. No, she's... Fuck right off with that score. Oh, God. Fuck that shit with passion. So the character I like her... There's a character I like, but she doesn't get played. She gets played, it's her. Funny thing about her is she's actually not terrible. Like, then again, bear in mind, people... Look, they all want Sunday or fucking whoever for defensive buffs. She is a self-heal with a defensive buff. Everyone forgets that. She self-heals, she's in quantum, and she actually does her stuff. But no one ever uses her. Yeah, Aberdeen. Yeah, no, March 7th, yes. March 7th, which hasn't been used in, by my standards in a while. March 7th. Yeah, March 7th is usually... but her counter only works if you use her... Not, it's not her technique, but it's... You have to use her one. It's kind of weird. I don't like... The only thing I hate about that one fight is it's not super hard to kill it. The final parts. It's figuring out the lineups that work. Fucking birds. The hunt for the birds is by far... I'm not calling it the worst, but it isn't the fun. It's not the funnest. What's funny is she came out like right after she came out in the stuff following. Now I do find her comedical though. She has the Genshin problem of the short characters wielding gigantic weapons. Believe it or not. It's the comedical problem of how do you see a short 5-foot person wielding a giant claymore, of all things. One could say. See, I see it. See, I have mine.
Keep going straight down this alley, and it'll lead to an elevator.
Yeah, I know. See, that's a good trope, though. Yes. That's why she's, like, stronger, yes. But it is the Genshin problem, though. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. Go look at the Genshin characters that wield gigantic claymores. Half of them are the short, like, little characters. Seriously. See, okay, there's a race in this universe I've never fully understood. This is not a child. I swear, this is like their versions of, like, dwarves in the game. They're the weirdest things, and they're like children. The best way to describe them, these are like the equivalent of their gnomes in this universe. And you only see them in certain places. When you see them in areas, you'll think they're children. They're not children. They're full grown adults. They're just 3 feet tall. I tell you, it's the weirdest in the. It's like seeing the race of hobbits in the game. Fucking birds. See, there was a reason I stopped doing the story, because when you have to go yank every single bird out of fucking everything. That's not a fun treasure hunt, by the way. Worse. Hmm. Really? Is that what they say by lore? They say blade's actual weapon. Is that just lore? That it's like a gigantic buster blade? Really? We're gonna go this route? Ah, not the other one. See, the other strange little twinky character that gets a lot of love, too. By the way. See, I'm gonna ask. Who does this character remind you of? He is the one. There's a character, this person, I swear to God, was modeled after. And it's the same people who love the same little shitty ass Shotokan. Yet I find him the creepiest goddamn character in this game. And he is. And you think Venti is weird. You think Venti is a fetish character. This character is one. And if you know the character I'm talking about, and someone does, you understand why. It ain't Venti who it's based on. Well, actually, Venti is more of an archetype, but the one that everyone loves, I give people time. It's the water guy, who everyone loves free-to-play lineups from the Chinese region in Genshin. They all have that little tweaked Shotokan look. The source of many fetishes. Right, God forbid the lolicon problem. Ignore the other one. And he's the creepiest looking character ever. Because people forget Genshin has that. And it's funny, Genshin gets a lot of shit for various things they do. But one thing is, never fuck with the girls and their love of the little Shotokan characters. For the love of Christ. See, the name escapes me of the one, because I kind of purposely forget about him for the inherent reason. Mm. But what's funny is no one's as speculated about him here. Look, this guy is Auto Apocalypse. I will be shocked if he doesn't have a role down the line. See, that's the thing. He actually has a purpose down the line, I'm sure. Because it's like, you know, when you see an image of Kevin in any universe, you know something's amiss or going to get screwed up. By far. So, I have to show this. So, people who never played HI3, right? This is Auto Apocalypse. Without the long hair. Probably the later depiction of him, in fact. Take the locks out of the way. Take the uniform difference. Auto Apocalypse. Now, one of the more mysterious characters, they're like, well, he doesn't do anything different, I guess. But you look at Fanon. He's literally Kevin. With all of Kevin's animations. When Kevin, you finally fight him, basically. Weirdest creepy characters to come out of nowhere. I don't think they do that on purpose. But they will do it for some reason. It's more stranger when you start to just, you think it looks like a little child character off in nowhere. Oh, and yes, I've run into the, I'm pretty sure around here, there's more trash can lords, too. Which, those things are very stupid as well. These aren't as annoying as the bird. Oh. Hmm. shit. I don't want to talk to you. Mobile's a little bit better on this, to be honest. Can't talk to her yet, though. Yeah, you can't. Ah, she's just a food vendor. This, you fucking origami words. I'm trying to find all the origami birds is retarded. I mean, there's obviously a better... Actually, I do not know what's worse. Sometimes that or the fucking puzzles, by the way. The puzzles are pretty bad, too. So I mean, say the puzzles. Like, okay. So the puzzles where you have to do the visual puzzles. So, it's usually when I go through an area, I explore. Because you have to explore periodically, so... You stupid. No. No. You stupid. I'm waiting for the whole reveal of finally the witches in Genshin. Because they're supposed to talking about the, what is it, Lin Hex faction? That's been hinted at for so long. It's actually what is one of the rumored characters is her name's Alicia or Alicia actually. She's supposed to be in the next one.
Let me go! Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come near me!
A rumor, at least.
Oh my. I'm human and so are you. Can you get a grip? Ah, there you are. I've been waiting for you two.
By the way, the current theory is she is Serene.
Quickly, come help. I
One of
bumped
the
into
theories they have about her is she's Serene.
This is how it turned out.
She is a discarded shell of Serene,
You're a
so to speak. That's why she has no memories.
That's
But
right.
add that to the March 7th theories.
Stop asking. You'll alert the monsters.
Because if you go off those theories,
Here.
okay, so supposedly the flame course, because Serene faked her death, supposedly.
We're not talking about the memory zone here.
Then she's apparently been knocked out, so. That she is the discarded husk of Serene. Then again, you can chunk that in, as I said, with the theories. Supposedly, it's kind of like Paimon, supposedly. Paimon, there's a lot of theories about Paimon as well. Some of them become true, some of them don't. Some are proving more truer than others, probably for multiple reasons.
Unlike in the sweet dream, people here don't see memory zone memes as dangerous monsters. And even if they pose a threat, people can easily escape by forcing a. But we can't just leave this man here.
We can ask Jessie for help. I've gotten to know many locals while waiting for you guys. Everyone here is living a self-sufficient life.
Good time.
Evening, Jessie.
Welcome, Miss March.
These two are my friends. As for the man
I see. There have been a lot of new faces lately.
Do such things often happen?
Not really, but they're becoming more frequent now. Guess it's one of the signs of the Sweet Dreams collapse. This man has had quite the
Hellovian lady?
That must be Robin. She's also here in Dreamflux Reef.
Huh? Rob!
Misha's about to take us to...
We met some still. I heard that places like Dreamflux Reef are scattered throughout the memory zone of Asdana. I also heard that when
If that's true, it's no wonder there are so many similarities between...
Himeko must be gathering information. Let's hurry up and get going. I knew you couldn't hold your liquor. Tried to warn you too.
The horrible unit reused Unity assets. Interesting.
This is where we split up. She
So that's how it is. I never imagined we'd
Andre
More than a
just.
guest. Who could it be?
This way, please. The roads here at Dreamflux Reef are a bit run down, so watch your step.
But more in hindsight, playing this, kind of you know what happens, but the same rate is. There's also supposed to be stuff here that's been playing into events too.
There she is.
Everyone sang so wonderfully.
Oh, I can't thank you enough, Robin. Well, these kids have made
It was nothing, Grace. I merely taught them how to sing. Life must be quite difficult.
That's right.
Whenever it's time to say goodbye.
It seems you truly Emma and Andy are, or if we compare me, an old.
I'm glad that you found a new life here in Penacomy.
Don't worry, Robin. But you know what? Emma and Gary aren't plagued by their
See, there's an Indian representation.
No, you see, in dreams we.
And should our feathers be damaged,
Someone said there isn't one.
fit in a loop.
It's a relief to see you safe and sound, Miss Robin.
It's nice to see you all again.
Since you...
Ever since I returned to Penacomy, my voice started to change until it gradually faded away. At first, I thought it was a temporary ailment, perhaps due to having been away too long. I thought maybe it just takes some time for my body to acclimate. Now it seems. Sweet dreams collapse. That memo keeper mentioned this while I was away from Penacomy. The boundaries of the 12 dreamscapes kept expanding outward. Whenever I mentioned the anomalies in the dream, all the family had later, the land of the exiles, concealed by the family under the guise of death. A dream within a dream.
Hearing you speak, it sounds as if your voice is made somewhat...
I hate to admit it, but the harmony in this place resonates more broadly than within the sweet dream. It's regrettable, but the family has experienced betrayal. The traitor, this is not the strong defending.
Could there be another force influencing the family's shift in considering what happened with...
Regardless, I must uncover the reason. I've decided.
Dialogue.
Look here, brother.
Looks like a fledgling Charmony dove, but Charmony doves don't live here. So how...
It looks weak and frail.
This place is too dangerous for a fledgling.
Okay.
I'll ask...
A cage? But then it won't have the free.
Let's see. What is it that... Oh, Paul.
I do. But
Why?
even if it's small and not fully feathered, birds.
I think she's right.
As you probably know, Charmony doves can fly through the air. When they fly really high, we've seen this spectacle, so their ancestors were too weak to survive after countless attempts by many generations.
So, you mean.
Well, that's an idealistic...
I think people...
That's an interesting...
For now...
Just keeps going.
Well said.
I'll take good care of them.
Yeah.
And what might that...
What if this little I mean, should we let them go back to the sky?
Talking in your sleep, Birdie? You look a little Yeah.
Where is Robin?
I knew that was going to be the first thing. Don't worry, your sister is here, safe and sound. If I were you, I'd be more worried about myself.
If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't give me the chance to speak.
So,
Choice.
you are aware of I'm suggesting we cooperate.
What? Basically, it's like Nisha turns up.
Hard to believe a man.
Fine. You don't have to. Sense of justice.
Show me, Rob.
All right. As you would.
What's your trick this time?
Just kidding.
And the crew, too.
That'd be
Wait for him to kill us.
This is the monument I mentioned earlier. The name's Rosalina and
messengers who connected it with the stars. They, however,
That's great. According to Micah, they died long ago.
Rosalina was killed during the War of Independence. She ventured. Tiernan was a skilled gunslinger. In the decade following the war,
Though I had expected.
True to the title of
When dream floods reach here, we'll meet again.
Robin.
I promised to give the Oh, is it that?
The look on your.
Siblings are, before we begin, as Gallagher, the
History fiction.
Well, don't worry.
I double-checked with Mike.
Thank you for your understanding. Well, it all...
The Stellaron.
You're totally correct. I wish that were the truth. The sweet dream doesn't come out of thin air. If you think of the memory to achieve this feat, without the help of an emanator of remembrance or enigmata, the only way, and that's not something you can... In Azdana, the planet of festivities itself is a Stellaron disaster.
The planet of festivities.
It all started... The Stellaron first entered the Azdanas. The turning point came after Tiernan's death. By the time a representative...
And I suppose the family...
Not just that. Those three eras were known as the Age of Dreaming. The Watchmaker, who had been left in the dark, sent out invitations across the universe.
Then.
Remember the island in the ocean metaphor? The truth is, the Stellaron was never truly sealed. It existed in a different form within the dream. It's people's lives. The confusion, sadly, we realized this far too late. At my wit's end, I had to use the power of the Enigmata. It sought dormancy. That's its real name. We exploited a loophole. You see, regular people can't fall asleep again while they are inside the dreamscape.
So this is the true meaning of the impossible.
It's not just that.
So, the leg.
If you want to consider the Stellaron as the legacy, I'm totally fine with that.
Stellaron's supposed to bring great disaster. Back. Stellaron's supposed to. The Stellarons. The Stellarons are sealed because they cause disasters, but at the same time,
That's a question for Mr. Wing. The Stellaron is still under the family's control, and as the head of the Oak family, I'm sure he holds all the answers.
there's just a lot of dialogue to get to the end of this one.
Are you done talking?
It is the Penacomy Grand Theater itself.
As I suspected, it's the embodiment of the family. The edifice that first materialized within the sweet dream. That's what turned Penacomy into its current state.
As for the person who employed its power, it is in fact Mr. Gopherwood,
Oh.
the current Dream Master.
Gopherwood.
Well, that would...
Correct. When I was trying to track down the person who murdered...
Confronting me first turned out to be a smart move on your part.
I didn't have other options. The Dream Master has been elusive, and even the heads of moreover. Mr. Gopherwood has been kind to my sister and me. And I didn't want it all to end like this.
What do you mean by that?
To be honest, my brother and I are also victims of the cancer of all worlds. We grew up as orphans, and were adopted by the family when they came to help. Mr. Gopherwood recognized our potential and brought us to Penacomy. But I can't just stand by, and I won't step on that stage and sing. No matter who the traitor is, or what orders they give me. I won't let the Charmony Festival become an event that destroys harmony itself. For the paradise in our dreams.
Indeed. For the paradise in our dreams.
It's bad that he goes pure evil.
As the head of the Oak family, I'll fight alongside.
The enemies you are about to face, since our interests are aligned, why...
We have always been following in the footsteps of our nameless predecessors, and there's no reason to stop now.
Yeah, we nameless won't back.
Rest assured.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay.
The Charmony Festival.
Everyone, let's gather over here. We still need to make some preparations.
Bill? It's ridiculous.
I may have been quick to start.
Huh? Even you're saying that, Mr. Yang? How powerful is that Dream Master?
Maybe you can just stay behind this time, Mr. Yang?
No, that won't do. You're still carrying the keepsake the IPC envoy gave you, right? I knew it. As I suspected, this chip Aventurine gave to you is actually a miniature transmitter. If I'm right, he intends to use it to track your location or contact you when needed.
Aventurine? Is he still alive? And what does he have to do with our mission to confront the Dream Master?
Or the players.
Remember what I said earlier? Working with the IPC is a way to keep the family in check.
Very much so.
So the only question mark in all of this is Aventurine's current...
Good luck to you,
Well, spoken like a true hero, even if the Dream Master is innocent. The family's corruption run.
Don't you have some...
Why would you say...
Before we departed, the conductor asked us to inquire about the three nameless in Penacomy. We've already collected intel about Rasalina and Tiernan, so the only one left is Legwork, if I'm not mistaken. We've already met him somewhere.
It's not enough to say meet, but I've been watching over you ever since I received the reply from the Astral Express. And I've seen the... Miss Himiko, were you the one who repaired the Express?
Yes.
And you two, young Nameless,
I don't know much of...
you're... As for the last Nameless... On his deathbed, he told me to find the Astral Express and deliver this to come with me. Now is the time to reveal it.
Tony's going after. I have a question. What the fuck is with people? So when does a hero... Okay, alright. Oh god. That's why you eat before you do stream. Or... hero of a movement. I wouldn't say a hero of a movement per se, but John's Longbox was definitely popular slash the cool kid on the block until he decided to say go after stuff. Because remember, CG is not a cult. Never is.
Back here again.
Sometimes I feel like you're still alive, little friend.
Call like you don't have the room, didn't put the asset in the game.
Kept my promise. Brought the future trailblazers you've waited so long for. I don't know why you were so obsessed with that train, but I remember your last words. Don't let us down, old man.
What's happening?
Nothing good.
Go ahead. His resting place lies in the garden up ahead. The first and last nameless of Penacomy. Mikhail Char Legwin, the watchmaker.
Really? See, it's kind of strange, the legacy of the Nameless, where so the Astral Express, Pom Pom can't leave it. But it's, I guess, a plot device tied to something. But later on, maybe down the line. I mean, but the prior Nameless just either sacrifice or change the course of basically the universe. Because as I said, there's like an idea, they say that HSR is the prior predecessor to they because the theory is that, well, if the theory I passed that endless
Sure enough, the watchmaker is the third nameless. Even I could guess that one.
The legacy he left behind was a dream bubble. I believe inside that bubble, there's something that holds. After all, when I...
Well, let's...
a person who looks dead he's been.
Wait, seriously? How could a dream bubble...
That old man always could never figure out what was going on.
Don't think that's the case, Gallagher. I'm sure Mikhail has...
Don't start.
Just as Mikhail believed, there must be something contained in this...
Well, that's why I.
Can I borrow your pet? It's for Mikhail. And for the few...
Welcome to the Reverie Hotel.
Greetings. We're the Nameless from the Astral Express.
The Astral Express?
Yes, my...
I see, but your companion said you wouldn't be coming due to a change of...
Now.
And you are...
Me. I'm Palm.
Oh, I see. Another one of the nameless had a... Since there's a precedent. I'm sorry, dear guests, but it seems I'm unable to read...
What do you mean?
My apologies.
How about this?
I'm afraid that's not possible.
Useless dork that he is.
So nothing works, huh?
Please be patient.
And now it seems you need to
It...
I don't think she's trying to get us off. Tell her. Something doesn't seem right. I need to shoot her.
We'll say.
Greetings. I'm
God.
not sure where you heard those rumors. At present, all of
Back already?
Hasn't she returned?
Nope. Neither the staff.
I agree. I walked around the hotel.
Poor Mom. Not so fast.
Suggesting
I wouldn't say do nothing. They don't want to attract.
if I were family,
Of course, we don't.
a secret signal.
That's right.
Oh, a concrete object can indeed help. How do we get into the VIP lounge?
This is where my street smarts come into play.
Just like Smug's boots.
You're the... Yes.
Especially now in London, Stan.
We've been waiting here. Without any food.
Sorry, as I gotta get old. London, Stan. Future home. Now that's an internal joke. I'm gonna go get stuff.
For the inconvenience.
Okay, this.
While we try to contact Mr. Sunday, I'll arrange. Just.
This bar's something else. Certainly worthy of the planet of festivities.
What's funny is if you look at like the outer prison.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Cat, really? What are you doing?
Hey,
You're after something.
if someone had reserved such a beverage, I would definitely remember. Who could it be?
What should we do now?
Well, what can I get for you?
Anything you recommend.
Then I would recommend today's special. Glass flavor.
Dynamite barbecue.
As long as you're satisfied. Let's give the memo keeper another half system.
The situation is unusual for the
Actually, as you know, isn't there a saying among the
talking.
Well, you know what I mean. But that Acheron lady, she doesn't seem like a lunatic at all. On the contrary, she's highly logical and organized.
And you believe that someone like her would have an ulterior motive for...
I'm not entirely sure. I do have my suspicions.
Anyway, unless the...
Maybe it's people do stupid what eons.
You think Shippei's will is behind all this?
It may not necessarily be Shippei. There's definitely some higher entity involved. It's much simpler when you boil it down to the eons and paths. Like how Lon always follows the path of the hunt, or how the Express stays true to the Trailblaze despite Akavilli's disappearance.
But in my opinion, Akavilli's fall holds significance for the Nameless.
Oh, so you're saying the Nameless now have to take responsibility for their own choices because they're...
Exactly. I believe the purpose of the journey isn't just about following up, it's more about doing...
I don't know what you've been through. That's why the Galaxy Rangers need to uncover the imposter. Just in case. I have a backup plan if the memo keeper doesn't show.
We sure have a lot of
Well, by the way, when you were walking around the hotel...
What's your plan?
It's simple. We just grab some hot...
No need for that. We'll return...
Wait.
Are you leaving, esteemed guests?
Hmm.
renewing others' memories. And as for Boot Hill, this is our first face-to-face meeting.
Finally, Memo Keeper.
That's precisely what I intend to do.
I
But
forgot the mirror is part of the garden of recollection.
to introduce myself.
Strangely enough.
My name is... I'm sure she knows it better than I do. Greetings. I'm...
Recollection shirtbag.
I apologize, but she did that at my request. Due to certain reasons, I have been exiled by the family. Thank goodness, Memo Keeper came to my aid and helped me escape their surveillance. To be honest, I asked her to guide me to a place beyond the family's reach and to contact a few trustworthy individuals. Namely,
Trustworthy. Son of a nice lady. You think? How about this? I'll put a few bullet holes in your head and see what's.
it doesn't have to be like that. I'm willing to answer all your questions, but not right now. If my cover hadn't been blown, we might have had more time, but at the moment, we don't have any other options.
No other options.
And this is why I say Boot Hill's dumb. Point a gun at a person who would probably slice him in half and can freeze time.
This is the only way I can ensure I kindly request an immediate warp jump out of the Astana star system.
This passenger is
As far as I can tell, she's not a threat. I've briefly traveled with your companions and know their whereabouts, Donhub. Please rest assured, your nameless companions are safe. As for Boot Hill, you may have guessed, I've been waiting for you. Galaxy Rangers are known for their elusive nature and limited contact with each other, so this was the only way I could reach out. Only by doing this can I find a true Galaxy Ranger and fulfill a long-standing to return his relics to their rightful owner. Someone once told me that every raindrops are said to be the... So, how long has this rain been going on for?
I used to believe, just like you, that it would eventually stop. Looks like the guide you mentioned doesn't exist after all. Well, mortals who walk, and for some,
Like,
sin-thirsters, they emerge from the nihility and head toward it, leading who once might be their companions.
Down?
Of Galaxy Rain.
are you watching over them?
Watching over them, it was the unwavering ones for me.
Wait, you know these...
Does this seem for some tasks?
I can help you.
For what?
For the meaning.
I see. Thank you, stranger.
Before we part ways, it is true that their actions and if...
A good question. But I do know someone will stand at my grave.
Oh, Christ, I'm fucking sick.
As a child, as I grew into adulthood. I humbly request your blessings. Steve, come to me as you wish. I have faithfully served the Alpha for near out of laziness. Do you sincerely repent and vow to change?
Yeah, I know. If Sunday's special quest is 3 hours of dialogue, oh god, no.
Very well. Oh, praise she may. Next. Rest assured. I have implored. Oh. I see.
But the Bloodhound found
The family is ready.
Oh,
Next. Please.
Hey!
I have sought their presence with.
Sure. Let's just get this. That's it. Nothing more.
Do you
You just
Hey, come over here. Mister, if I just reach. But they told me.
Selling everything you had.
Why? Can't it's better to be here at Penacomy. No pain, no worries about tomorrow, just sweet dreams. You can do whatever you want. That's what I call living.
Is this...
Huh? What did you say, young lady? I didn't quite catch that.
when people are retarded. Again, this dialogue goes on for pages.
What's up, sister?
This is the man we ran into. Even though sweet dreams are nice, they're just illusions.
I suppose you have a point. But, in my opinion, that's how most people live their lives.
Interesting.
Why do you say that?
That man is not actually. People believe they have a predetermined.
Are you suggesting...
Exactly. Survival of the fittest. That's where all the tragedies in the world come from. People come to the... No tragedies exist here.
So Tony's projecting his homosexuality onto other people.
Seeing.
Interesting. Well, I've seen everything now. Won't be the first time he's projected homosexuality onto somebody to deflect his own. And fucking hell, too much dialogue.
It's going smoothly.
You're too kind. I can't stand being lonely or bored.
But if this went on...
Every day.
Seems like
We had about...
Sorry. Okay, look. This is a lot. I'm actually curious. Imagine if they put half this dialogue work into combat. It'd be so much better. Look, you don't have 8,000 side quests just to get through the story. Oh, good.
Can't believe you're right. Even though time
philosophical nonsense. I hope I'm not intruding.
I mean, this is the issue now, isn't it? Like, you go from 10,000 POVs, right?
It's my pleasure.
even then. They have, by physical bonding, true appearance. I hope you.
So...
Just being able to live at all is good enough for me. Whether it's in this dreamscape or not, I don't really have much say in the matter. My world has been torn apart.
Too much. There's all dialogue.
That's precisely why this
However, even the sweet dream has its limitations. While it provides solace to the disillusioned,
there will be a way out.
I took a break to do Apocalyptic Shadows, because I wanted out of this hellscape.
look what we have here.
There's a reason.
Lovely young lady. Wait.
Yeah.
But,
mean,
I've heard that a skilled mass fool received an invitation, too. That must be you, right?
Barely. The people here are way too gullible. A little bait is all it takes for them to bite. And they run away at the slightest.
Now that you've had your fill, it'd be wise to leave before it's too late. The music of the harmony doesn't tolerate discord.
What? Now that you have the real Robin, I'm useless? Oh, how disheartening. I've done so much for the family. You should be thanking me, because if it weren't for me cleaning up this mess...
That was a personal request from the head of the Iris family, and it has nothing to do with us.
The Charmony Festival? I don't care what your Penacomy. The land of the dream.
Stop it.
What's the rush, chicken wing boy?
Our paradise is none of your concern, Masked Fool.
All right, all right. I'll go. But Robin, I suggest you seriously consider this. Do you really believe those living in dreams can escape pain? Well, I've got...
well, it's metaphors because they actually lull themselves into actually believing it. And all this dialogue to go through to have Sunday go fucking batshit insane and kill us. But it takes so fucking long. Comparing this to Simaru is a very good analogy. I mean, someone has to go crazy.
Without this dream, he might have completely lost himself.
That might be trap path may... Is Penacomy granting...
Wow. The future for humanity is like the sky. Do you remember how we took in that little Charmony dove?
Yeah. We took care of it. Provided food and water, groomed its feathers.
Well, I didn't mention what happened to it in my letters, because I didn't want... Shortly after you left, it crashed to its death right in front of your window.
Oh?
I had surmised as much. I knew you wouldn't have avoided mentioning the bird for no reason.
Really?
Despite that unfortunate outcome, I still believe it was the right decision. Birds aren't meant to spend their lives in cages.
But here's the thing. If there are birds in this world that can never fly, can we really assert that they belong in the sky?
Are you implying that the same goes for humans too?
Really?
Let's take the Astral Express as an example. The Nameless made tremendous efforts to bridge worlds, gaining fame across the universe.
So you basically... There's too much in it. So the bird they took care of that grew. It's just casually because it flew and then it crashed outside the window.
Why would this path be filled with broken rails, an abandoned express, and even a fallen eon?
That's just sophistry. If that were true, then only the power...
Unfortunately, that's exactly what happens. Another name for the future is self-value. While this world has its fair share of heroes who inspire people and garner admiration for their heroic deeds, the majority of ordinary people will never become... Some are born weak and vulnerable. Some find themselves trapped in unfortunate circumstances.
Fortunately, you can skip to fucking dialogue.
And cowardice. When it comes to survival, everyone is equal. And the...
That's why we should care for the weak and support them as if their suffering were...
I didn't even think the last major chapter was this painful. No, the last major chapter, right, leading up to this one, it is all talk.
The entire world envisioned a future when no more fledglings would ever crash to their death.
Are you reading, sister?
Mr. Gopher would pay me a
I see. Then I would summon the.
Don't you have a...
Of course I do. It.
Then let's build a stage there.
It's a.
Yeah, it's a...
Maybe.
You're back sooner than I thought. Any results?
Yes. And now,
Huh. But, pardon me, why else would he have chosen to sleep in solitude? Staking every... You have the numbers.
Got any more?
as I see it, Penacomy is our rival. We're more familiar.
That's right. As long as we pose a threat. But the problem is, on the eve of the Charmony Festival opening, how exactly are we going to get close to the theater?
Hmm.
So, no. What's that supposed to... So, I heard that before the Charmony Festival begins, as long as we... So, how do we... I've already... to tell you the...
So they're still running...
We'll follow Marge's plan.
I'm afraid I won't have the time. As a virtual character, I've already completed my final mission. Whether
Should we ever cross paths?
All right.
And Miss Firefly.
We've already come...
This is also the spirit.
Oh, wow! They've really outdone themselves!
Excuse me, you.
As the last group of contestants, how confident are you in overcoming all of the challenges?
Would you be open to a brief
Your journey is...
My sword and rose!
A knight's head is hard as steel.
People are pouring in.
Ladies and gentlemen, please. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the director of Soulglad's factory, Haitine Lee.
Hello, everybody.
Sighing. Look, it's painful. Painful. Painful, painful, painful. Look. If you... If there was a way to, like, skip a lot of this, I would feel happier.
That's right. This event is a miniature representation, at the time known as the era filled with boundless possibilities.
Right. Really. This is the horror that never ends.
Nameless, you're at once. During the dream chasing, I wholeheartedly. Trailblazing into the...
I hope that...
Safety first.
Sip waiting for you. And in the last rows are the rules.
Everyone, Marge and I haven't known.
Fine by me. All right.
Damn it.
Contestants, you as dream chasers who've come to Penacomy. Catagons? Huh? Thus our fates become one.
The quest design should not be the length this is. See, there was something about when they did Penacomy where we all said, like, it's that same horror when you get past Simaru. Like, so, like, my Genshin sets back, not at like 6, so I'm at 4.0 right now, which is the start of Fontaine. So let's say the game's at like close to 6. Like, a story like takes me out of it, so to speak. So the basic problem is when you have a story with this pacing, I should switch. Hi, asshole. I know what you are. I'm just gonna force it. Okay, so I have two of the elements. I'm at least in business. I'm in business. See, when I don't have, I can run around how I want to run around when I don't have to play official. See, I only play official when I'm either doing Memories of Chaos or one of that bullshit. Other than that, I just make sure what works and what I like running around with. So a lot of my teams are going to look really weird. When I'm just running around killing things, I don't care what they do. It's not really a focus, unless I'm just trying to clear quickly. It's part of the fun. Sometimes I just run around with the flavor of the week, or just how I feel. But I still have all my lineups pretty much in mind, but going through a tinge of a transition. Just a bit. See, now that I got Aggie up, I have her finished. Again, one step closer. Yeah, I hate the aesthetics in this shit. I don't like it. Some parts of Penacomy overstay their welcome. I'll find the bird's one. The engagement. So one of the biggest problems I've ever seen, particularly with this game, Well, it's not this game in particular has it. It's more or less, you could say it is. And that's not going to suck. There's two of them. They worry about people not playing, so assuming, unlike Genshin, which has not a daily requirement, I don't ever get used. The aesthetic in this place is not good. You have drinking apes, which are the gorillas that make drinks. You got the talking dogs, which serve drinks. And you got the stupid dinosaurs. I've never liked the aesthetic of this place. And the fact you voice it is 10 times more annoying. Look, the aesthetics here, like they want, I kind of got what they were going for a while, but it just doesn't work. I only have one of the elements, but it'll be where it matters. And it's not like these are optional side mini games either. These are purposeful. Like the aesthetics here, you can explore, and it's. Did he not heal himself? Thank you. But see, part of the whole thing with her is, I mean, you could run her with another hunt character, but the idea is if you stack a bunch of people who do follow-up, roughly, she'll ult pretty quickly. So, you can roughly, that's what I was saying earlier to him. It's like, you need another one. I'm like, no, you can do it. Her stuff goes up based on that. It's kind of like you cannot avoid all the side bullshit. Like, I think by the time when I got through Simaru, I literally just never wanted to touch the story again. I think that was like months. I was like, well, I know, like, but I am probably gonna have to catch that story up. I mean, you think if you do like a chapter a night, maybe that, it'd be okay. But Simaru is similar to this. You have too many fetch quests. And also the way Penacomy is, I don't want to ever double back through here. So there's like a challenges, like areas we have to go do, but ain't that bad. But Lethu, I kind of like running around. That area is going to at least be less miserable storyline-wise. I just went to the semi to the current story. It's the only issue, as I said, with a game like this. Just strange.
Congrats to both! Look at the time!
That red hair can...
You'll find out eventually. You have to choose. Now, make your...
They really did that?
Dear friends, well, it is said that these cartoon characters enter into the world...
If it's a gunfire trial. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Are we...
I didn't.
Alas! Oh, brave Hanu! You look like you can really... Long time no see, huh? Oh, listen, Club, but you know... Now, I can't wait.
Let's stay alert and make sure those monsters don't spot us. Look up there. If we can push that thing down, do you think that would do the trick?
Retarded birds. Nope. There's an entire thing of trying to... You have to do it. You either get them now or you're going to double back and get them. Your choice. Pretty simple. Nope.
Oh my! Hurry now!
Disconnecting from that thing so suddenly has left me feeling slightly disoriented.
Explore the area normal.
What exactly is he doing?
It's time for me to make it.
Yeah.
It can do anything! Like right now! I can be your... Hanu says, battle! We must... The enemy is at our doorstep, and we have no path of retreat! Touch that suspicious-looking TV right now!
Oh, the Trailblazer's one of the few that's supposed to be able to see the goddamn clock. Which I mean this nicely, is the... It's actually how you're supposed to...
The storage room. It's behind the shelves, right? He wasn't lying.
I am very... It's funny that I did not know about this.
Careful. It looks like we've got... Here we go again. But no big deal.
It just teaches you to use it. But if you go around and you do the other challenges, you kind of already know how to use it. Fuck you. Literally. Oh, move.
That should be all of them.
Think so? I mean, it's quite literally just the... Look, this is stupid. You have to go through this to get to... Right, it's so dumb. Also, I put this off for a while. Its aesthetic would be so much better if I didn't have to go through all of this just to get to this. You have to. There's not a choice. Because this is built into the story to advance the story. You can use what you want, but... Oh! It's Argenti. It's Argenti.
You've already heard of my humble type upon hearing of the impending fest. Fortunately, the mini rabbit mech pilot, stray cat duelist, galactic ninja, and quad drive Intellitron, along with 32 other souls in distress, all emerged from their predicaments safe and sound.
Ah, that was a swarm event.
I do not deserve such praise. Okay, let's get back to business. Though upon arrival, I was once mistaken for a towering silver-armored fugitive with fiery red flames due to my lack of eloquence. What matters is that I now stand if I am fortunate enough to emerge Idrilla, the beauty. Dear friends, please ready yourselves for this trial set forth by the beauty.
And I am totally do not have anything for them. Argenti has... It's called being totally don't have a damn thing for this fight. Hold on a sec. I could fight him. I am going to switch, though. Man, I could power through it. But... switch up. Meh.
Let's wait and see.
Please wait. By the
Are you...
You've already heard of my upon hearing of the unfortunately, the mini rabbit mech pilot.
Let's just go,
Let's get back. Though upon arrival, what matters is that I now, if I am fortunate, Idrilla, the beauty. Dear friends, please ready yourselves for this trial set forth by the beauty.
Much obliged. Bring
You cannot leave his summons alive either, because his summons left alive are a pain in the ass. Not to mention, he hits like a damn truck. He hits like a damn truck when it comes to events. So if you hit the wrong ones and then the AI doesn't decide to break them, so take it for what it's worth.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
All will be revealed.
It's my bad. You just hit the middle.
Nowhere to run.
You chose the wrong enemy.
That's unfair.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Yep, it also keeps him alive.
I have something for you. Tedious. Blade of moon.
Let the duel commence. I underestimate you.
All will be revealed. In lunar flame.
Receive divinity.
Thank you for your help.
Save it for your own
Repent. Eternal sleep is not the end.
Nowhere to run.
Hey, piece of shit. Oh, fuck. Did I not clear up? I didn't clear up the first ones.
Time for an overhaul.
Destroy the black ones, it rains down stuff on him. Destroy the white ones, it gives you a barrier. In a way, it's a weird mechanic that keeps you alive, but it's also a annoying obnoxiousness.
I'll see you off.
Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Receive divinity.
Much obliged.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight. You won't get away. Ready for death.
Let's settle this. Bloom. Bear witness. You're fighting a gentleman.
Tedious.
I just can't stand.
Receive divinity. Eternal sleep is not the end.
Whoever said he's not a pain in the ass to fight, like, I don't think he gets better to fight, actually. Do stupid shits.
You still don't understand. Humanity conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception. All will be revealed in lunar flame. Blade of moonlight.
See, it's not about the damage, right? It's about with him, he has the, see, his summons give, well, as a boss fight, gives him, like, shields or actually gets the, stuff to strike you down. He's just not the easiest boss in the world. He's more annoying to fight, honestly.
Blade fodder.
Behold, the symbol of at the duel commence. Bloom.
Really?
You won't get away. All will be revealed. In lunar flame. Perhaps you still don't understand. Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
Rise to the challenge.
Bring mountains!
You're fighting a gentleman, but for all of your
Right on time.
flesh wound. Rise to the challenge.
Blade of Moon.
That's enough. I have come to grasp the sincerity of your purpose. Beautiful. Go forth. I shall remain here.
We don't have much time. In that case, let's make our way to the end. Penacony's really thronging with talent. I hope we make it in time.
I'm kind of shocked I didn't give this game an Elysium realm, like I did every other game they'd ever done.
Congratulations to the both of you on becoming the festive superstars of this eye. On behalf of the organizers, extend my sincere congratulations to you.
Weird, the demented Dream Master is the man trying to kill us all. He worked himself to be the Dream Master, obviously.
As previously promised, my sister, Mr. Yang, and I have met with the Dream Master. We delved into the truth about Penacomy and its Stellaron. Both I and the Oak family cannot acquiesce to your request. We acknowledge the perspective of you, Nameless. Penacomy does require change, but not as you propose. The planet of festivities cannot and will not revert to a place characterized by chaos, disorder. Through your journey of overcoming obstacles, you must have glimpsed the essence of that era. The vulnerable ruthlessly eliminated. Ultimately, only heroes like yourselves manage. But I would dare ask, if you did not a dystopia for the survival of the fittest, or a sweet dream paradise.
Mr. Sunday, even if the members of the Oak family can't fully agree on what to do about the Stellaron, now's not exactly the time to be holding it. The Stellaron issue concerns the life and death of everyone on Penacomy. If anyone has a better suggestion, the crew is more than willing to listen. Also, it'd be best to tell us the ins and outs of that meeting.
But if you removed Stellaron, what would happen?
Now let's talk about our tribulations and choices and our final course of action.
Okay.
mentioned. Mr. Yang should know that those belonging to the family toil together as if they were kin, in such a delicate and complex symphony. Which other
Perfectly harmonized. Therein lies the problem. It isn't an outsider lurking in the shadows who changed the harmony, but a dissonance that has surreptitiously emerged from within this very symphony itself.
Painfully obvious, but yes.
In
Human
the
nature.
past, there existed an eon. With one flick of the wrist, they crafted the laws. Later, they fell. The route traversed by this eon clashed with the harmony, ultimately being absorbed and fused into it. The chorus that once reverberated across worlds fell silent, and when it echoed anew, it was transformed into the hymn. Though an eon may perish, paths with no masters still linger.
I mean, it makes more sense.
I'm happy to see that you made a choice similar to ours. We passionately nursed it back to health, preparing only the best food for it every day. We even preened its feathers. Later, on the day that Robin left Penacomy, we opened the cage door and let it fly. I watched it for a long while by the window, probably about 3 or so days. In those 3 long days, the little Charmony dove tried again and again to spread its wings to fly into the sky, but fell to the ground, only to keep trying. Finally, on the 137th attempt, it succeeded. But its attempt did not go perfectly. After flying unsteadily for a while, it fell to the ground. The fall shattered its wings. It writhed helplessly in my embrace. But it was all for naught, finally succumbing to a painful demise. And in that instant, our tender care, our given love and hopes, they all became the inevitable push that sent it to its death.
Told you this I was gonna be grim.
I deeply regret the choices we made. Next, let us head to the second. This story happened when I was appointed as Bronze Melodia, a position exclusive to the Oak family, charged with listening to the... It was during that period. He was a dream chaser and an illegal stowaway. Just like the rest of them, he told me, I sold everything I could at home. The house, the land, even his 2 children. He said he could not afford to raise. He had a plan in place. He would buy back his children once he had made his fortune, and enjoy Penacony's beautiful dream with them. Alas, his plan to smuggle himself was somewhat clumsy, and he was sniffed out after hearing the Dream Chaser's story. I immediately appealed to the Bloodhound family to cease their pursuit. I'll tell you the outcome soon. Will you do as I did and try to convince the Blood, or will you remain silent, leaving him to languish while the hounds are hot on his heels? I look forward to everyone's decision.
A dream chaser story. If I acted out of kindness, but what cruel repercussion would this choice result in?
This question. Surely it has some connection to the baby bird story. I'd probably choose to ask the Bloodhound.
Oh shit.
Seems illegal stowaways are really quite common on Penacomy. He sold his... With that thought, there's only one choice. Let the Bloodhound send him back home. This person deserves to be punished.
Do you actually have a choice, though? Now, clearly, that's the parent.
I'm honored to witness your first, the outcome. He attained now then. Did he realize the wish he set out to achieve? No. The last time I saw him was in the real world, where the hounds were going to permanently exile him, and I was the accompanying Bronze Melodia. The missions,
visit me to help you grasp the full scope of this issue.
From what the letter indicates, she must be in Caspelina 8, correct? She's touring.
Correct. Has she mentioned anything about a stray bullet?
A stray bullet?
A war has broken out on that planet. It is because of this very reason that Robin chose this destination. She hoped to ease the people's suffering.
Is she alright?
If the operation was successful, she should probably be recovering by the eon above. The bullet struck her neck directly, yet possibly as a reward for her consistent deeds of harmony. It didn't hit
Those damned savages! Now you understand why she always wears such elaborate neck ornaments.
How could this happen?
It's all in the past, so please don't worry. Likewise, I've prepared one last question, because this is merely a figment of imagination. A nightmare that has haunted me. Would you still support Robin's journey on the path of harmony?
I often feel like I've dreamt of similar scenes on certain nights. In the dream, their confusion and fear are lucid to me. But with each trailblaze, dangers and tribulations will surely follow.
Miss Robin's courage is admirable. And you're hot with the fact that she's also Mr. Sunday's younger sister. Miss Robin's put the fact that she's also... I can't believe that happened to Miss Robin. The strong...
I am now aware of everyone's stances. Raising these questions merely serves to illustrate one point. The plight of Penacomy cannot be salvaged by the harmony. The true foundation for a sweet dream paradise can only be established through the order, where the strong... I know the suffering of being tormented, the turmoil of losing your way, how sorrow and even despair set in when matters don't work out.
Oh, it's a scripted event if you choose to.
Unending pain. Because this is not what happiness is at all.
Interesting. Gives him a reason. But...
We must teach the weak how to live a happy life. And this life isn't some noble propriety that the upper crust...
So what is your definition of living a happy...
Good question. Human consciousness is fundamentally an illusion, a cage known as self-worth. People lured in by this illusion make mistakes, yet still ask that external... When one mistake after the next permeates the masses, they become impossible to trace.
So he uses religious fervor to basically gain control of this. Similar to like you'd think a Catholic Church would. You act out of piety, but you take the harmony to an absolute end, and you say that it's like a dogmatic control. Though he wouldn't have stopped his sister, he feels guilty over.
Its antithesis is known as order. That is what I want to do. Unite people's happiness under the banner of order.
Kind of how it works. Because he's always going to use order regardless.
Face the weaknesses of humanity. They can cast aside their primal instincts to build a haven for mankind.
A firm order creates fundamental, like he hates a religious theocracy is always going to break down into lack of free will. It's the opposite of open anarchy. Open anarchy creates total destruction. Well, free will without direction, I should say, can create total anarchy. Regulated by people. Just give a reason why you're going to go insane. Give a reason why you're going to go absolutely, fundamentally, retardedly insane.
The cost is minute, merely a personal and eternal sacrifice. If this paradise is to be maintained for everyone, someone must remain trapped in solitary wakening until the end.
Awakening. Which means that this so-called paradise is still a dream. Stepping into this paradise means forsaking reality, correct?
Turning yourself into an asshole of a god. Good reason. Good plot. Excuse for him to be an absolute piece of shit.
But in this supposed bliss, people won't have defeated their demons. The chance to overcome their tribulations would be forever lost to them. In other words, it is an escape.
Is eternal.
But there is no shame in escape. On the don't you agree, Miss Firefly? And as for wildlife, but this is not in conflict with the grand plan. Only in acknowledging this can we truly understand the frailty of human nature. And from there, show compassion and protection.
So if everyone has eternal life, never suffers. If you could end happiness, here's how you could sum this up if they really wanted to do it. So if you want to create a world, there is no suffering and no one dies and no one deals with loss. Because they can live eternally. Or you can cure all illness that would kill them. And you can be with those you love, children, etc., and grandchildren. Two ways to look at it. It's a dull, eternal life. It's like the question. Would there ever in this world be strife or peace or war? Would it turn? See, there are sci-fi universes, they have this order, all they can do is ponder. Now, generations later, they ponder it as sheer... It's like a state of enlightenment, eventually lose the body, but their bodies were like... They realize, like Isaac Asimov has a story about it. Eventually, a machine winds up becoming a god at the end of it, but starting the Big Bang over. But through this process, a very similar concept of what he proposes happens. Society creates it, but they still have lingering questions. Those lingering questions turn to stuff, even as entropy. Except in perfect utopia, would there ever be rebellion? Probably. Human nature basically says there's always going to be suffering. But also, humans aren't the creatures of happiness. Not to echo kind of like the lesson from the Matrix in a way. The machine's first Matrix was a paradise. Literal paradise. But humans rejected the program, which is what humans would do. Humans would always find a way to reject utopia, no matter what. Strange how that sounds. But you would have to strip individuality. Hence why Brave New World, which is a great idea, like Brave New World's order, surprisingly comes around from understanding. It's like the savages, they know people are going to fall to savagery. It's like, I think that's the one. Without, like, they call them like alphas and betas, right? Very old concept. But they realize people will. They let the people leave the society and live savagely. They know some return, or it's a way of getting the burden off greater whole if any actions occur. Because the flaw in human nature is you can't. Because the greater society transcended it. So it does create the better utopia, but there's always flaws, and the ones that go savage or wild can go do that. But it takes a long time. But they go, yes, in ancient history, they let people do that. That's actually. But under the system, ideally, it would be tyranny. Go on with some.
Since Miss Firefly has said her piece, the Astral Express will also naturally give you our answer.
Be good.
Just as Mr. McHale instructed before, tell him our choice.
Resoundingly go fuck yourself, and you're not going to be a god. Naturally. Fun facts. Sadly, I actually know how this ends. And this was kind of the weirdest mindfuck known to man.
This was left to the Astral Express by a nameless. Edward Cullen's space sales story told me that dreams are formed from memory. So I taught you.
I don't know much about dream bubbles, but if you want to figure out what this mansion is,
I'm counting on you then.
Himiko,
I wasn't sure. It was just a hunch. But since Nisha feels familiar with exactly.
So the weird turquoise twink turns out to be a god or a descendant of the legacy of the Watchmen. Indeed. Weirdest twists, I tell you.
The question now is,
Sadly, that's actually how the story goes. Yep.
Weird. If I remember correct, and the room. Hold on.
This could be a case of amnesia, since this place seems familiar to you.
Yeah. Then
So he inherits the watchmaker's legacy.
I'm sorry.
Anything special about that?
Mikhail is
Grandpa?
But we haven't heard
Mhm.
anything about the watchmaker having descendants. And the name, could you tell us more about your grandpa, Mikhail?
Yeah, sure. He was a seafarer who fearlessly ventured into mysterious seas and storms. He was always on the sea and had lots of friends who accompanied him on his travels.
Oh boy.
He didn't want me to call him Grandpa because that would make him sound old. He believed he was still young. The name Mikhail was given to him by his parents, Mihaly and Elise, both renowned sea. Every time he came back, he'd share his logbook with me.
It appears that the seafarer has nothing to do with the watchmaker. So, where is your grandpa now?
He went off on a new journey. And so, where has Clocky gone? Did he leave to protect Dreamville?
Hmm. See, I would appreciate the story. The story actually is darker, but it's so interwoven. HSR is so interwoven with this. Kind of like if you look at Amorphous. So that's why Amorphous has that.
Heard some noises from the room.
You and Origami Bird are friends?
Yeah, it's a member of the Compass Crew, just like Clocky and Miss Mirror. And they follow Miss Mirror's orders.
Sailors? Can Origami...
Could you tell us more about the compass?
The compass is...
That's a great story.
Huh? Oh, weird.
Perhaps Clocky has it.
I think I hear the sound of water.
You once mentioned there's a magnificent fountain up ahead.
So in his memories, basically. Unfortunately, you could have cut half this bullshit down.
Embedded in the dreams of all, every time I gaze at the shimmering lights beneath the waves.
Have you recalled anything unusual?
Yeah, I saw these sentences in Grandpa's logbook. He used to say that despite the perils of the sea, he often said that those moments felt like returning to his family's side.
You know? Hey, don't tease! I was just being a...
Perhaps every adventurer far from home carries a fountain within their...
Yeah, while Grandpa was at home, we would stand by the fountain back then. I would ask him when I...
It seems
Because this is the part.
truly a
To
seafarer.
get to this part, you have to go through all the other parts.
Yeah.
But this raises
Sunday's not going to like the answer.
some sort of metaphor.
I'm sorry. I don't know, but
And, of course, try to kill you.
keep pouring out uncontrolled. Perhaps I'll...
But they insist you play them out. Which sounds...
We're going to the opposite side, right?
No, we should turn left here.
Kind of like because Amorphous was made on the Amorphous was on the made on the dreams or deaths of people probably.
Lucky, you're here!
Are those books on your bookshelf logbooks left behind by that seafarer?
Yeah. Whenever he came back, he described our world to ensure that on that day, I asked him if I could go with him. But what sound? He told me about a vast ocean in the sky. An ocean of stars. He said that he knew the crew on the train. And that he had asked them to take me along. He said the journey I had always dreamed of. A train? It's the Astral Express. I remember now. Grandpa's friends are a group. Then, he gave his pocket watch to me. He said, as long as I kept moving forward, the distant sound of a train whistle.
Exactly, Misha! And then we followed that.
Yeah.
Kind of a hell of a twist when you start looking at it.
This is the dream jigsaw, right?
Do you remember?
Hey, the shape seems to match.
Looks like we're just one.
This is it. While I spent my time waiting for Grandpa to return from his voyage. Here.
So, this built?
Yes, but this dream bubble itself.
Wait. Why does it...
Marge, do you...
Yeah, the little guy here, right? But we all saw him in dreams.
Looks like everyone on the Astral Express has a childlike spirit.
The answer lies in... And when we were in Dreamflux Reef, you may have noticed that, for some reason, nobody outside of the crew had ever talked with Clocky. A mimetic life that can only be seen by a select few.
But Misha can see Clocky too, right? They even grew up together.
That's the key to the mystery, March. Have you ever seen anyone outside of the crew interact with Misha?
Wait.
That's the answer, March 7th. This dream bubble is the place where I was born. And I should have stayed here and waited for you. But when reality and memories merged, I unconsciously pushed open that door and left the bubble with Clocky.
So it's not that the Watchmaker's dream bubble is empty, but rather the stuff inside ran away? And the whistle you heard.
That's one way to see it. How about we start with your name?
Thank you all for helping me rediscover my true self. I was born on Lushaka, in the Presmere system, adopted by seafarers Mikhail and Char. Mikhail, Char, Legwork. Or simply, Misha. If you prefer, you can call me by a more familiar name. The Watch.
So, you're the Watchmaker himself?
Unfortunately, that legendary figure is no... As for the child who has been with you, he's the innocent protagonist of Misha's childhood dream. Friend of Clocky, a young apprentice, and a future mechanic on the Express.
Fuck.
And this also marks the
Wow. Granted, I give this story absolute shit half the time. That would explain partly why he wants to appear on the crew. Because technically he is a descendant. Then I was wondering why in blue hell blazes he winds up in the crew.
At the end of the journey, I left this little flame, which I so cherished, in my deepest. However, he somehow left the dream bubble and forgot all about his task. I apologize for all the confusion.
Because he was born with a desire to trailblaze, wasn't he? I don't think Misha has forgotten his role as a guide. He remembered it. And that's why he mistakenly appeared as a hotel doorman in her dream from the very beginning. The one who brought our unconscious friend here must have been Misha. If that's the case, we encountered the Watchmaker's legacy from the...
Well, I have a sarcastic friend who says I always take big detours and end up back where I started. Perhaps that's whatever, but in the end, you found me. If I may apologize, the Stellaron part is real. As for my wealth, however, it's nothing more than a baseless rumor. I left my homeland as a child and embarked on the journey of Trailblaze. I traveled to various planets. I've been moving forward all my life, doing what I could to overcome the obstacles in my path. So, if you ask what's left within this worn-out train engine that can be called a legacy, I suppose it's the things that are still burning in the engine's furnace. Now that you're well aware of the current situation in Penacomy, I certainly hope that you'll help me get this world back on track. But I'll leave that decision to you. For the path of Trailblaze is never paved by others. All I have for you is a story and two gifts. I want to give you my pocket watch. It has accompanied me throughout my long journey, guiding that naive child forward. And my hat too. Now, it's time for you to make your choice. Once you've made up your mind, open that door. I'll be waiting for you at the end of this corridor of time.
Well, it goes beyond the giant scene.
Everyone, let's make a decision. Although I don't think anyone will have any objection.
Of course.
In that case, then let's proceed together.
Well, actually, the story plays into events after. There's like an event that's.
Mikhail, where are you going?
Someone has to step up.
Please, don't go.
Even without me, you know.
Now go! Board!
Where are you going, Mikhail?
I'm going to clean the floor in the...
Wait, first tell me.
Yeah?
I know what it looked like before. Its chain was broken.
Well, it's the hands, Mr. Amundsen. Its hands were intact and...
I see.
But I only know how to fix...
Don't worry.
Where are you going, legwork?
So if you think about it,
The people of
as I said, part of not 2.1 in the story isn't really that bad. But there's a lot of more questions than answers. But you find out a lot later on. And it's a boring.
Don't worry, Mike. Someone has to be at the fore.
Because you're all we have.
But what will happen
Eventually.
We nameless if I don't come back in one piece.
Where are you going?
Oh, you're here.
So there's Gallagher.
Answer my question.
Relax, Gallagher. I just came up with a
Oh, come on! Aren't all your ideas just ways to get yourself
the day my grandma gave it to me. It was so. Your name should have been Compass and the Watchmaker.
We've arrived at Dreamflux Reef. So, where to next?
You know, Clocky, I don't think I'll be going anywhere else.
Hmm.
I've traveled far enough. It's time for a little break.
I am speechless.
No, I'll stay here. And then, this is where it ends.
This is where it ends? What do you mean, Misha? You told me.
Yeah, that's what I said. So now, it's up to you to decide your next destination.
My next destination? What's that supposed to be? I've been following you.
Hmm.
Misha?
So here's a last memory.
No, I'm not feeling down. As for clockwork, yeah, it resolves all problems in this dream. So, do you know? Well, everyone gets lost at times. They may hesitate and doubt which way to go.
Hmm.
That happens in this dreamscape and beyond. But don't worry, whether it's calming, happy, angry, or sad, all they need is a little nudge to take. I'm leaving that little nudge with you, and I hope you'll share it with others. Such is the essence of clockwork, the will of the trailblaze. Clocky's hands spin around non-stop, indicating confusion, frustration, and weakness. But ultimately, people still need to move forward.
Just like your hands, always pointing ahead. This is where my journey ends. From now on, it is your path to walk.
Trailblazing means taking paths your predecessors forswore and venturing even further. The Penacomy in Mikhail's dreams does not belong to order.
I can't believe that Eon would cast a glance at Penacomy at a time like this. Is it because of the resonance from the legacy of the Trailblaze? Or perhaps the
Kicking.
bond between you is so strong that it even impresses an Eon.
Well, there might be another possibility. Perhaps they want to witness, on behalf of the fallen eons, who will hold the future of Penacomy.
Well, it's a way of explaining how you get imaginary powers.
On behalf of the Dream Master of Penacomy,
Though I find it the most useless one.
336 members of the Oak family, I'm extending a formal invitation to
Jackass. Hey! Really? Don't you dare.
I'm cordially inviting you all to the Penacomy Grand Theater to participate in the upcoming Charmony Festival. And, of course, since the future of the Stellaron, Penacomy, and even the entire cosmos is at stake, if you truly believe in Akavilli's path, then show me their courage and determination.
No, where you become an evil god, you don't like the answer. I still get my answer. Basically, people have will and they tell them to go fuck themselves. Which is kind of the point. More simpler way. Though I don't think anyone ever uses harmony. What is that? Harmony? I don't think anyone granted, bear in mind it's the so you have the physical, you have preservation. I think there is a way to switch it though. See, at this point, you have, well, technically you have destruction, harmony, and then the last is the you need the remembrance. Harmony does that, but slightly subtly different. 6-1, half dozen, yeah. What's funny is this one is probably the most used of them all. I mean, technically, you get your own little memory sprite, to be honest.
Well, in my opinion, Sunday is deeply sensed a strong that's why he'll give it his all in the other.
Yeah, you're right.
Anyway, now that we've taken up the man.
However, a desire to dream, to slumber and escape reality. They've harnessed the will of an entire planet to create an eon. This confrontation is far more complicated than... What do you mean?
I believe Firefly is trying to say that.
See, her will to fight comes from being the last of her kind, so to speak, because apparently they have nanites that allow them to transform into like Power Ranger suits combined. And the planet to fend off the swarm, which is the insects, was destroyed.
Because one of the lines said 3 times. The first time was a painful death when I was stabbed by the Blade of Dormancy, which led to all subsequent events. The script will always come true. But in a way that will only be revealed when that page is turned.
Versus a painful death.
So now I've understood the meaning of my second death. And I am prepared to face it. Only by achieving victory in this battle can we secure a future for Penacomy. And only then, my third and final death won't come true in the most terrible form.
The most
everyone. Are you ready?
A new shoot sprouted from the earth. It bloomed in the morning sun and whispered to me. Like fireflies to a flame, my speak as death. May we meet again in reality.
After today, Japella's name will disappear from cosmic history, and the Everflame Mansion will take its place. In the not-too-distant future, you'll receive an invitation. That's your next stop.
Land of the dreams.
Hmm.
You mean my three deaths?
Silver Wolf told me about it. It's such a shame that it's not part of my
Well, I want to live. I'm never afraid of death. The opposite of death is eternal life, and that's people die. And I am no exception. Death, we.
Do you accept
See, that's Elio. Technically, Elio is, well, he's technically an immortal.
Definition escapes me. Isn't this the answer that ordinary people look for their whole lives? A name that can be carved onto their tombstone. A tombstone of it will bear the name Firefly.
That's quite unexpected, old man. Who would have thought your crazy plan would actually work? Do all you nameless fools can sense that this... It's a shame you won't be able to see it firsthand. Yeah. Not just those nameless. Even Mr. Wings is just like you. Stubborn, but in the end, well, I don't know if they really meant it, but... Then I'll be joining you soon, you fool. Let's get together and have supper again. Oh, almost forgot. There's one more thing.
civilization sheltered by the Harmony. But Penacomy is... If the family messes with Penacomy, that would be like declaring war on almost half of the factions in the cosmos.
No, they don't. If they truly serve the Harmony, that is.
What do you mean?
The path in Penacomy is impure. The Harmony here has impurities.
Do you remember the ancient swarm disaster? Tazerond, the propagation, brought endless havoc to the universe. And it eventually evolved into a fierce battle. Two paths lost their eons in that war. The propagation and the order. Coincidentally, their downfall is
Shipe, the Harmony. Legend has it that they
Hmm.
participated in the crusade against the Imperator insect.
Holy Forgaroni. So you're saying that the two leaderless paths are working behind the scenes?
But I don't see any descendants of the propagation in Penacomy. Could it be that the remnants of Beyond the Sky Choir are...
I can't say for sure, but they're...
Dude, this is getting way too complicated. Is this why you want us to leave Astana right away? Are you giving...
The Charmony Festival will start soon. There's one thing that I need to confirm no matter what. A warp...
I have another plan.
Hold on. Are you thinking of using the Jade Abacus of Allying Oath?
Exactly. The assistance from the lawful cloud...
Think it over carefully. You can only use that once in your lifetime.
I have considered it thoroughly. My companions are... They're also...
Are you the only one here, my child? The Nameless is quite the diplomat. Our secrets have spread like wildfire within the family. An IPC starship. This is a crucial moment for us. So, where is the chosen one who harmonizes?
What do you mean, Master? I'm right here in front of you.
You know, she was supposed to be the star of the Charmony Festival.
But the plan has changed. As her brother, I know she doesn't want to sing for the Order. So I'll take her place.
You've always been wise beyond your years. I'm sure you understand the consequences of your choice.
Most boring boss fight ever.
Well, there can't be...
More annoying than anything else.
If karma exists, then everyone has their own karma. You have yours, and I have mine. And my karma has nothing to do with you.
All right. Since you're willing to sacrifice yourself for her,
Come to think of it, the bird. No, you know that bird, whether it's connected, it's not connected at all. If you look at that bird, and then you look at Yu Swan's bird, not the one that she keeps on her hand or the shoulder, it's in a transformed state. Whether it's a reused asset or similar, it actually looks like this bird. Slightly in reverse, though. Because you'll see the bird, it's like a flipped version of the ink bird, but like there's a tear in its back. Because there's like in the blobbed version. Which is strange, but it's there.
Well, the compromise came sooner than...
you and your sister were born as twins of the Order. And one of you is...
Yeah, it looks weird, but the bird's not purple. The bird is black.
Seize the power of the harmony. I have one final question. Why did you choose to bring the order to Penacomy? Wouldn't it have been better to choose a desperate world instead of a city filled with hope and dreams? Why?
It's for justice, my child. If we lose justice in our hearts, we'll make the same mistake as the Harmony did.
So, it's not you who manipulates the dreamscape with the Stellaron.
Well, that's where our conversation ends. Go ahead. The 107,000.
I shall ascend to the heavens. Bathed in my light, my people shall flourish, while all evil shall be eradicated.
Anything if it was an unholy, unused ass.
The interior of the Penacomy and not only that, even if we're late, let's explore.
You won't get away. Yes, you!
One step closer to the stars.
Alien Dreams, an asshole fucking thing, by the way. See, the problem of... Seriously, Alien Dream is just a pile of shit mechanic that the game uses. That's kind of what it is. Ugh, it's gonna be retardedly terrible. So Alien Dream puts shit to sleep for a turn. Unknowingly. And it makes it really shitty for no reason. And it is a dumb mechanic. See, technically I have room for 2. Maybe 1. Hit damage. Debuffs. Targets. Spells one debuff. It's much less about the debuffs than the actual other one. Theoretically, you can keep her and you can just do something else. I mean, if you abuse Sunday himself, that'd be at least a trick. Makes it go by quicker. But definitely need another DPS besides.
The stars and our futures shine before us.
Depends how stupid the fight actually truly is, though. But you'll still have both. One's better than the other. But I think I have fought it with Swan before, just technically changing it. If you use her, you have the other one. It's entirely possible.
I found a home to protect.
But again, it's very much that part where if you go her and her, you can actually get around and crazy. But if you don't want to abuse him, makes sense though. Like you can keep, like in theory, you could get rid of heat. But you need like two effects that inherently at least dispel. And ironically, she is probably my most dangerous and devastating one of everybody.
Gosh, the atmosphere here is so creepy and unsettling. Even if there's no audience yet, there should be some staff around. Why is it so silent?
That's the furthest it goes back. Probably the solution. Good puzzle. Problem is going to be fucking the alien dream bullshit.
history is a mirror within it. Let us commence with the dawn. After the Dusk Wars, darkness veiled the sky, and chaos consumed the earth. An order emerged, destined to restore all existence. That marked the first day. They gathered nebulae and forged them into picks, thus creating a grand lyre with black and white keys. Strike the white keys, and the sun rose. Strike the black keys, and the moon rose. And so...
Time for revolution. Ha! Thus our fates become one. All life be revealed. You won't get away.
See if I don't like it. Not the best test of it.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk. All life be revealed. You won't get away.
So basically, it's either.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
If we're talking burst.
A little honesty would defeat a
So you
revolution.
probably could. If you did change it.
Receive divinity.
Basically, fire. It's only fire, imaginary, and light, basically. Retarded.
Receive divinity.
See, the only issue is the alien dream part. Because the alien dream is supposed to be Seaga's protection, so. You have to get that last part done. Yeah, bullshit. I mean, it's not going to be like if you change up the lineup because it's not the energy that's the biggest issue. Give or take. Hmm. Don't. I do not have fucking time for this. Not at all. The old one, very simple. The other one.
A gentle texture and a fine craftsmanship.
You won't get away.
Because what's weird is none of these fights are similar.
I will walk with you, watch over you, and guide you on your path.
The only reason I dislike Sunday, Sunday utterly warps whatever you're doing. But honestly, if it's damage boost versus everything else, it's not the issue.
Come one, come all.
You won't get away.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens. And I'm no exception.
It's not a good. I just don't like the flow of it. It's not Aggie, it's not that, it's the other parts. It's not her. You just have to. It just does not feel like a good team like that. At least it works in the aspect you need it to.
Watch over you, guide you on your path.
Catadons? Ha!
Now farewell.
Nothing made the dead return!
Thus our fates become one.
So fragile.
Well, the biggest issue. See, she does fine.
No light be revealed. The foretold triumph draws nearer.
'82, really? 82s, obviously. Well, probably she takes a lot of damage because I need to actually get better relics on her with defense. Quite honestly, yeah. No. Less than 1,000 defense does not fly in this game. No offense. It doesn't work. Anything like low enough defense just does not work. Like crit's good, health is good. Slightly better. It's a little more comfortable. Slightly. It's a little more comfortable in the turn, what I need. Defense percentage, clearly. I mean, that's better. Great. Be better. I check. I think I had her mostly correct. I just need to check one little thing. Good call. She has a speed bonus thing going on. Attack 2,700. I'm already there. Speed 135.6. Crit 70. I swear to God, everybody in the game wants these people to have. Thing is, they want everybody in the fucking world to actually have about 120 to 140% crit. If they are their raw DPS. Every single time. Hmm. See, tell me if this makes sense. They say this one or this one is recommended, but the guide itself is saying that. see, there's a break build. There's that. Let's see. So best for crit. No, that's amazing. Let me see. Firmant's crit, Forge Pongi is best if you're going off break. But this is where you need that higher speed to work. But frontline requires speed to have that additional attack as well as the brave. Slight adjustment. Ah, perfect. But it'd be easier to follow a build guide, but see that here's the trick. This is not in the build guide because Firmament isn't that. And the only other one is Forge of this one. The interesting part is this is nowhere in the guides itself. Yeah, so that's part of the break. Slight difference. She loses a little bit of attack, but nothing to worry about. Firmament is harder to get, but it has the attack. But you have to have like 135, 160. This is the problem with like Cypher. Cypher, the reason why like you don't think about it, but how the fuck do you get all of that on Cypher, right? That's the issue. So I can gain like 24. What's funny is these are the same except for I know their defense. I know. Get some speed, but that's besides the point. Iron Cavalry of Scourge. Because the Blazing Duke one is about pure because she has two different setups though. Like you have like a second burn is a debuff though, by the way. So you can use her. So it goes in theory, because she does burn, you can actually use her with other stuff. But Pioneer Diver is actually a weirder one. Strangely enough, it wouldn't be surprising if Pioneer Diver I actually have a bunch of shit of. Because you know how much stuff uses this particular set, believe it or not. When you look at, like, this set, but the enemies need to be debuffed. She provides debuffs, but that's crit rate. That's why that gets used. Okay, let me see if there's a way. I have to clean up some inventory a second. Kind of two ways to do it. Let's say there is a... There's a couple of ways you could do it. But relics, there's no 100% firm way. Unless I can find one that's her stats. Might just be better to break them down than actually try to combine them. Badly. Don't matter. I probably accumulated so many, I should just fucking get rid of them. But it's so... Okay, see, in Genshin, you do it to combine effects. The other here, you can kind of do that. But it might be better just to refarm it. Artifact forging is pretty... I mean, not relics. See, relic forging, depending on the games, they call it relics. Doing the artifacts is about the same. But I have to get her speed higher on the other one. But what's funny is that might be better, because one's like a 24%. Believe it or not. But it's really funny how this set, of all sets, gets used. In a lot, like almost every follow-up character uses this. Believe it or not. Some of the older set characters got new gear, which it's in part of the new gear. I mean, no offense, you're not keeping any of that. I mean, it's very different if you're breaking it. I only keep purples, so... It's sometimes an easier way to actually level, but 6 one, half a dozen the other. I mean, it's not like reliquary forging's expensive. Some you can keep. Like, okay, there's like a 50, like, I'll say 50-50, depending on if. Because, okay, so, like, ZZZ has the disc forging system, right? Which disc forging is your akin to your artifacts, so to speak. So these things can break in, like Yeah, no, that fucking thing can go. That one's not good. That one's okay. Like some of these, like here. Like these that start off like this, if it's a fourth and it's that, it's not the end of the world, but it also doesn't make it good. Some of these, if you take defense, just means you have to refarm them later. But if they're like, they'll turn out about like this. Something like that? No. Gift. Because if it starts off, because a lot of them, if they start off with the desired effect, doesn't always mean they get a percentage. Now, I will say the refining is better here. Like, artifact farming, I can say sometimes can just go kill itself. Because artifact farming is, I will say, some of the absolute worst when it comes to it. Genshin plays no good parts of that. Disc farming and, but the same goes with disc farming. Even with that triple discs, God, I am getting so much garbage into that one, though. Because that's the problem with artifact farming. Artifact farming is not always the greatest when it comes to that. Like, I don't mind if it breaks, like, right in here. That's okay. You can just find out if you do. Let's say the fourth. Physical boost. You can keep those. Wind damage boost. Depends, really, if you're going to go in and farm one half dozen the other. Like, some of these you're going to, I think, like, here? Deceptive, but... See, stuff that increases, like, speed. But, like, if you're cleaning up gear, it's just a way. I mean, some of it you're refarming it later anyways. So, it's not like you're... I mean, Relic XP is not the biggest deal in the world, though. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, see, that would get me Relic XP, but that also will get me enough. So... As I said, since I restat her, I need to move her up. But it's also going to take down some of her attack, though. Like, that's a good one for her, because she's going to gain, like 120. So, inadvertently, that actually gives her more. Again, that's not really the set either. Space Ceiling is not the set you go with either. Because it's either Space Ceiling, they go, oh, here or here, but no. Because, okay, see, why would you recommend Durin by the in-game guide and that is in nowhere near the guides? Because the actual in-game guide is Durin. I call that fucked up now, wouldn't you? Like, this is the actual ones. That's their guide. It's Durin. But none of the other guides basically ever mention Durin. See. But it increases the crit, though. Now, Firmament Frontline's a lot harder to do, so... The only thing, as I said, some of the guides, hey look, people are like, follow guides. Guides say that. Nowhere do the guides actually say. The ones you recommend in-game. And that is in-game builds. By recommendation. So clearly there was a split in the recommended builds. Let me see. I'm curious. What does Predwin say? I'm curious. See, Predwin is a... Well, okay, so you have the number crunching, but it's less in the other one. Patch 3.0, last major. Wow. Last time anyone on Predwin updated their build was 2.6, and the last profile update was February. Jesus. You know what? That's a WTF moment. So about 5 versions ago. And then the other. Yes. That is an out of whack and out of date build. So what, 2.6? Oh yeah, 3.3? 7 versions. How much going? It's going on a full, like, it's about 7. See, I don't even recommend the other ones. Well, so they say play Sigonia, but see, that's like way down. So even when I did mine, apparently, like, this is definitely, they changed the way they wanted to do the build. Space Ceiling, right? The Space Ceiling, I swear it was in here when I did this one. But apparently not anymore. But 120 speed is a little bit easier to reach than about 200. 120-ish. Kind of thing. So 120 is, but she needs to be about 135. The problem, the difference at 135 is this one. It's just a more advanced version of it. The issue itself is her speed, so it's the speed that's the problem. So HP and break. Oh, I shit you not. Crit rate and crit damage both are good on that one. To a degree. So crit rate, crit damage is good. That one is speed. Speed does increase. Attack, defense. I mean, this set is still widely used. Well, I think I mentioned that one. Hold on. Really? He that badly out of whack? Jesus. You know, despite that. Despite that? He's that badly out of whack. And again, talking about when you need gear, you just use whatever gear you have at the time. If you don't ever check these characters out, you're never going to realize what you actually effectively have on them. That's the thing. So if you do not know what's on them, you're never going to know. I should probably... I think I need to give that to her. Then give another one to this one. So the crit rate and effect. Crit rate and... Oh no, she burns, so... Either one. So that's like better on her. I mean, that crit rate, maybe not is the best, but... Let's see. It seems better. Crit rate, crit effect, clearly. So, if I switch that out, it ain't gonna be the end of the world. Oh, I'm here. I might as well look at this. Other ones. The only other one would be that one. That's not gonna help me. Speed 4. Feet is feet speed. Be better. Feet and speed. Hold on. Come on, phase. How are you? As yes. Yeah, she also has feet speed mentioned you. But you either need speed as the main stat or the secondary stat. Your damn choice. Her and fucking Himiko have the same goddamn setup, except for sphere and wind. Speed is recommended for her as 143, 134, and that. But as I said, her attack, it's all getting these damn things to be about the right fucking thing. So not to drive the same person mad. So it's really 6-1, half dozen the other. What's the subset, by the way? And hers is recommended during. So now it's funny when you actually let me see. Huh. That's better. I mean, technically, if I leave that on face out, that's not the end of the world. Because it's on her. So, like, those are good too, but those. Yeah. Like fucking the other. And unless you really, really have to go around spending the other parts, yeah, it's gonna be one of those hardest parts to actually find things. So have fun. So one of the hardest parts in farming relics is a bitch. I hate it. Farming relics is hard because you do not know what you're going to get, and it's entirely random. Some days I wish they would have a straight crafting system, but that would be a dream. See, the only thing off on that one is the attack, but the speed is better. And a lot of stuff in the farming just doesn't turn out well. If it doesn't turn out well, you could probably use it. I mean, speed isn't gonna go up with it either, so. Which is a 116 right now. Getting that fucking crap correct is always the hard part. It's the only issue with that one set. Like 120 is an easy feat. Higher, it's an act of God and very bad, good relics. Rate 92. Look at an ideal world, you have better stats. In not the ideal world, you have to live with what drops. If you don't get it, you're just going to have to force them and turn them into that. I mean, those stats, I don't think go up. Main stat goes up, not the other one. Speed is always going to stay at 2, and you might get the other random at that. So, that's just flat crit rate in 57. That's speed, and then the other one. So 6-1, half a dozen the other. You either pay for the break effect, or you're going to go down and crit damage, your choice. And go back and to the mines and re-farm more. Which the artifacts usually. I mean, you can have the crit rate, but that it takes your damage out as well. Strangely enough. Also, probably why this one's not as good. That one's good for her, but Jesus, it's the speed that's getting the stuff to get the speed that high is just it's almost pure hell to get a character to like 120 speed, unless you're looking for there's a set for it. Ish, right? As if you're lucky. Like attack plus the other 24, 29. So I get the flat percentage from the other ones if I do those. So as I said, space ceiling, that was I was using. And see, Durin is terrible. They rushing Durin. But only have one difference. There's your issue. Very big issue. So, You'll figure in the other one if you have to figure that one out. That's moving him around. It's one of the hardest because any character that's inherently built on speed rope fire damage, rope attack speed. Rope needs to be attack percent, but you can go speed there, but best substats are speed, crit damage, and attack. Speed is apparently secondary, but you do need it, so. Like, that's probably not as bad, but the thing is, I was probably gaining from space ceiling. That's what I was gaining the other one from. So the space ceiling is what I was getting, even though that's 24%. It's hard to say if, because with that fire, that's probably why she was gaining more. But like I said, she is still. But like that attack, it's less that defense. Defense, I don't like. See, I get rid of that because that defense, even though because it hits her, like she gets hit, and that is a scary feat. Because honestly, if she did not have that, the problem is she's too glassy. Quite honestly, you lose crit damage though, but you gain more defense. Slightly. But if you're changing that into ropes, but that also gives her speed. So. Slightly. Keeps her at 120. But that extra damage you get is coming from the fire damage. But it guts her other one. That's the dangerous part. Because changing out the gear, that means I just have to refarm this. See, the speed, you're only going to get, like, realistically, what, 2 from here? More from here. Probably not going to get a bunch from another. Only other thing is you'll do that with the crit rate and then the other. But the difference here is, yeah, crit rate and crit damage is that. That's a big difference. It's like more of a sacrifice-ish. But, I mean, 6-1 doesn't there. I mean, better than the worst roll, but that is not the best roll. She gains that just by having those. The thing is, you have to have the speed, or you have to have the other one. But see, that also restores the crit she lost as well. 80. Which is definitely not the same. But you lose attack based, but I'm meeting the... And that's the problem here. It's like, she burns, that's the thing. Does it actually increase her defense? The only downside is she doesn't need that double defense. Oof. Oof. Hold on. Argenti, what do you have? I believe I got a proposition for you. What the actual fuck hell is that? Oh yeah, he needs to be totally refarmed one day. Which I may just do. Oh, should be easy to refarm though. What does Argenti take, anyways? What do they recommend on Argenti now? It's been forever since I actually respect his ass. Forever. Yeah, no. Himiko dropped. It's gonna be annoying. Scholar of Lost. Really? Scholar? You're shitting me. Best in slot since it gives him crit rate. I shit you not, these people do not know. I'm not saying they don't know how to build, but it is utterly insane. But you have to use it as a 4-piece. Which is the deal. Recommended 150, crit rate 60, attack 25, and then speed 110 or 135. Really? I mean, it's an actual question on why they recommend that. And then here, let's see if they got that right. S one? That. Now, here's the thing. I have to respect my stuff, but yeah, no. These guides haven't been updated on older characters for a while. And some of them are just flat off. But it's like someone was trying to make do with stuff that doesn't make sense. So you might as well go back. See, that's the only issue, because I know that Sunday fight's going to be an absolute bitch. It's going to be slow as a motherfucker. Let me see if they changed her. Yep, so she's insert, and then she's soaring victorious. Why? Okay, explanation. Why? Duke. See, they recommend Ashen Duke for her, strangely enough. So Ashen Duke you can't use. Best in set. Basically, it's victorious wins. Which, no offense, that is just... that puts my characters in a damn lurch. It's definitely not where they need to be. So you can't take full advantage of this. You can use these. See, if I switched him over to Mimeo Sprite, I mean this. She's pretty farming it. I mean, to be honest, I never use him at all, though. See, I have not used him in ages. Feels like that. Like if I haven't seen a character in a while. So... that is a lot of gear to refarm. But yeah, you're nowhere near that speed. You're not near that speed you need to be at. That speed is not good. Because even then, right? The other set requires her to be at 120. So the other one requires her to be at 120. See, that gives her the defense that I was looking for. But you need to be at a very high rate. You need to be but the thing is, she's not going to get that bonus because you have to be 135. But here, if you get to 120, you'll get 12. I mean, talking a gear adjustment. See, none of this gear farmed right for me at all. Like, this looks good, but bear in mind. Yep. Crit damage took a shit. Yep, her crit damage took a very, very, very south turn. And her recommended sets do not line up. So, here, like, you can use hers. Like, this is what they recommend. But that doesn't solve the issue. And the only thing is I could see that they recommend her with... Who do they... Again, these guides have not been updated. Break. Main. Your. Paper. Feud. Lingsha. I'm talking break, and break doesn't make sense. But does not in this scenario. I'm assuming unless you have something that gives her speed, it won't. Hmm? Two 1545 and effect hit rate. I mean, I effectively never use him regardless. But yeah, she ain't gonna have the speed bonus. Sure. Well, she has to 121. That's break effect. That's HP. That's defense. One's crit rate and the other one's crit damage. Only. Probably just live with her at that. I mean, she gets attacked. That's the trick. Speed 121, yes. See, it doesn't help endurance. And see, sealing is the only other one. Several is similar to sealing. Not like that. But you have to be at 120 speed. And you'll gain a big 24% increase. It's like 24. It just makes her very glass cannon, that's all. All it does is just makes her super glass cannon. Just having no defense. I mean, it just doesn't sit right with me, that's all. That is all. I just don't like that. Look, there's a point when you have one of your main DPS characters too glassy. And that's damn close. Anything less than 1,000 is usually glass. So anything on that is less than glass at this level. The generic fire damage use is there, but she would hit that. She'd have the extra 24. That's just so she has the bonus. Genshin method. Without combining, though. Wasn't expecting that to turn out decent. And as long as you have that and you have the other. It's most subpar, like trying to actually farm it out. This is so gross. See, there's a difference. There's not much difference. You can actually make up attack and crit. Crit is if something crits ridiculously. But the issue is this set is used amongst everybody. Almost everyone that's a damn follow-up, it's recommended. Like I'm above the attack, but see, this is kind of where I want her to be. Like right about 1,000. So you could cheese it and go Durin, though. Because if you go Durin, that's a different... See, with her, it's recommended Durin. So I am suspecting that Himiko is supposed to be Durin as well. Is what I'm thinking. Because if it is she is recommended Durin. See, she is recommended Durin. Durin is actually could be there. But Durin's an artificial buff though. And this depends entirely on this stuff. So the majority of her crit rate is coming from that chess piece. And the only difference will be crit in the body, but that's entirely a separate matter. Crit in a body is... See, Scholar in this, like, work. I see something like this work. For things like... Actually, that could go on Argenti if I'm going to be switching him around. But Argenti's going to have to be changed around, though. And that's going to fundamentally change him, too. Because if you're changing his crit rate... I mean, like, technically his stuff is lower as well. Because if you're talking having a group that actually changes speed... Break effect. I mean, honestly, though. I'll probably just change that one. Oddly enough, this should be easier to farm than the other ones. So, my whole thing though is if they do recommend it, that's just speed, like here and then. Like, that's just changing his crit rate. That's kind of what it is. Fundamentally, you're just using that for the crit rate. Increases damage dealt after skill or ultimate. So, I mean, it actually changes how the damn thing works. And it's not like you have the luxury sometimes to have a shit ton of gear in this game. Especially if you're going around changing it. Oh, yeah, that is right. God awful reason. Actually, let me look. She has the world's worst build guide as well. Last I checked her, nobody had a fucking updated build guide on her. So the answer they give her is just, really? If you're gonna give her that, yeah, no. Just farm up Blazing Dukes then. Just do what you do with every other fucking follow-up character. So basically just do that one. Because Scholars and Lost Iteration is just third set as they get those. Might as well. Yeah, see, I was in the process of trying to change these. I mean, despite her stuff, but dear God. It's one of the hardest to, like, I guess I gotta actually just... Unless... I say unless... Yeah, so they switched the build guide on her. See, her build guide got switched. Believe it or not. Yeah, I do need a leveler, but... They actually changed hers. Yeah, you see, I should have really a lot of these characters leveled, but... You know, people don't realize it's like... It's pure shit if you actually try otherwise. I mean... Well, yeah, another reason. See, this used to be as a 4 of on my Jing Liu. And it stacks just the rested combat all the whole time. Believe it or not. That's the crazy part. Is there a crit only 28? Really? Oh, so she is good for a reason. Because, yeah, we're supposed to change it. Like, one of the initials, right, was you use... So all follow-up characters, there was a meta update that you actually do that. Because that was the only one of the few sets that actually didn't get turned to garbage. Other than that, it's kind of like Pioneers dead if it's debuff, which is this. And if you're not hitting anything debuff, I guess anything that's a 2. Triumph the maximum return. This one. Triumphant Hero. Even though you don't use the Mem sprite, you just use these. That's attack times 2, attack 12%. Physical damage still applies. Nah, we just need an event that I can get to farm stuff, and we don't get that often. Oh, as it reminds me, there's always more to do. Well, at least gets her settled, but the damn thing is worse. In a way, it gets the... It's not the desired effect. I don't think that's the answer either. See, the speed and the crit rate is about that, because it's the crit damage, which is utterly low with her. I mean, what, 80%? 45 at 80%, therefore speed at 120, therefore... The only other thing that'd be better than that one is stick A. Attack defense basically be an attack. I mean, our defense goes definitely higher, but that is the point of that one, though. I mean, does for the purpose I need it for. but definite. Because these are all... I mean, in prolonged combat, she is pretty good. That effect is good. I'm gonna have to redo her, though. Probably. I'm gonna have to redo her. But... See, I'm gonna have to find... I don't think... C issue. Like, speed. So, like, that's not bad rolls. I don't think it's her book, either. Because, like, if you look... Like, the stats they want on her are damn unreal. So, recommended is crit rate 40 to 50, crit rate 180, and speed at 135 plus. Well, that's at least. Oh, God. See, Jing Liu doesn't even hit that. It's like, I doubt anyone's going to hit Cypher at that. Attack 2700, speed 135, crit 70. 60 to 70. 120 to 100. I just don't even think that's possible. Like, trust me, crit rate, it's not the issue if it's like 120. I mean, that's just not even a realistic stat. Right? It isn't a realistic stat. It's never been a realistic stat. Somebody put that there. Usual stats, therefore, the ideal ratio is 1 to 2. As for having is enough out of combat. Okay, so out of combat. Having is great because within the first 2 cycles. So so if you're having a 120, so a 2700. As for an attack, is enough out of combat. Now, see, in theory, because that's going to go up on everything. Because that's like somebody just throwing a DPS meter at it. Because fire damage is part of her stuff. But a crit rate, you basically have her critting the entire time. The issue is not here in the issue. Now, assuming I just find a better one, I can go there. But the problem is for base, assume you're using Firmament. There is nothing, you're going to get her that high. Like, Firmament would be better, but I'm going to be honest. I don't know how you're going to get 100. Unless you're literally sticking her in a team where she gets a speed bonus. I have a high doubt you're going to get that out of her. That's been my only problem with a lot of characters and a lot of build guides, because a lot of them are so off. It's not like you're going to be getting, like, you're not getting it as much as you think you're going to get it. But and that's also why I wasn't gonna pull for Cypher, because like the build guide on Cypher is like you need her literally to have 170. I do not know how the hell you're gonna actually get her to 170. Honestly, how are you gonna get her to 170? Like, I think build guides, I want to say for, like, a lot of the problem with the build guides, like, right now for the game, is on certain characters that are off, like, entirely off meta. The ones that are entirely off meta, you don't have build guides for them. Because no one... So, most people only own Himiko if you have a free one. Seriously. Most. That's it. They don't have it otherwise. I hate to say it. Holy unfucking hell. Okay, that one's a good one. Hey, though. Some of that. What is that? That's a good one. Unholy hell on this one. Right there. What the fuck, man? You know, nobody probably uses that on shit. But that roll? Oh, Christ on a stick. That roll on something? That if you get it something to like 120? Oh, God, that is at least going to be better. Because, hell, if I'm investing in a future of a character, that's probably good. That's probably going to be one that you're using. 100. So that's base. And that's all percent. Now, what's funny is you have to use it on something that gets to about 120, but it would work. Sadly, I have nothing that needs lightning right now. Honestly, it also depends on how those would break. If the thing is, if those, honestly, if, and I say if, so the thing, oh, sorry, does that work? See, now you're getting into the whole thing if you go into theory crafting. See, I kind of got really good with her. It's like, yeah, like a 12 if someone's in the same path. And she's usually in team with another Nyality, so everybody I have is like light. Let's see, anyone who's lightning. See, they recommend like this stuff for it, but like if you're getting close to what you think 120, but you need a character that has 120 in it. And very few characters hit 120. But she is utterly designed around break. Because her speed is 106. Weirdly enough. I want to ask. I don't even know how her shit got that bad off. Hold on. What do they recommend on Kafka now? Honest to God, I look at this stuff periodically because it's hard to like keep track of all this. The last of it. The last characters actually used. Prisoner and Firmament, sorry. Really? So, hold on a sec. Prisoner, which is funny, and you think, okay. Well, so, second best is Band, which hasn't changed. An Eagle at Highlight. And then it's going to be Firmament or Sealing Station. Now, the only in God's good green fucking earth. I spotted that. That does not fly. What the hell happened to... I'm not gonna ask. Apparently, something went very badly wrong through all of my stuff. I must have switched something at some point. Like, if I switched it, it makes sense I switched it. It had to be something. You know when my cat wants to piss me the fuck off, he walks in front of my monitor when I'm doing something. He knows damn well he's gonna get in trouble for that shit. Always. Strangely enough, shit is recommended for like stuff like her. You fucked my mouse up, you piece of shit. Horrible, eh? He knows he does it, too. It's not bad if it's not as small, so... Small. There, now I have to reposition my cable and everything. Yank. Almost. See, I'm gonna have to refarm here. I'm gonna actually have to get 2 more of those. I think that's gonna suck. See, ceiling makes more sense there in a way. See, firmament, right? Oh, no, I can't. Literally cannot do it. It's just... I just had that. Eve. Stupid cat. Hold on. What's in the deep? See, this is flat lightning damage. So you're saying anything that's lightning damage. Prisoner of the Deep, just... Prisoner in deep confinement. But, bear in mind, that's probably for her. Like, that's probably something that needs to be on her. Which is probably going to be put on her eventually. But she also has the really good break damage. But that is entirely a set that has to be farmed. But that's a 12%. What is that? A 12% ignore. And that's probably something easy to adjust. That's easy. Prisoner in the Deep. Oh, we need gloves, of course. HP is the same, therefore, if you're talking speed is 6. Chest piece, body should have attack percent. Well, there you go. You hit crit rate, effect rate. Everything on is speed. It's kind of the thing. Substat. Like if we're talking a substat, of course. Crit damage, HP, of course. That's kind of depends. If I mean, that's kind of an old set, though. That set's ancient. Damn. But, dots. You're right, so
Not the funnest thing in the world.
have to redo gear regardless, so it's kind of the problem. I mean, if you're doing beginner, this on Kafka is fine. It's not the worst on Kafka, but long termly, it doesn't focus on her ability. Like, look, it's speed. It's what you need. Like, it's technically it's speed. And it's everything. Most of her damage is on speed, but the difference is itself is it's a slight difference. It's not that much of a transition. I mean, there's still stuff that uses this. But here's the thing. It's really good beginner gear, but stuff in here uses break. Because realistically, here's the thing. You're going to move her to 120, which would be under Firmament. Firmament, she's going to have to be everything that wants a character at about 120. About 100, 120. About 120% speed is kind of so confinement, right? See, what's funny is I've had all this gear for a while. break is see, in reality, like prisoner in deep confinement works better now. I hate having to do gear on the fly. Like, there isn't much of it left in my inventory. Like, I've kept a few, but not much. I mean, you're talking random. Bitch, you fucking stupid ass cat. You stupid cat. Walked across something on my keyboard. I legit want to hit my cat for that shit, though. Like, okay, cats, like, I don't know. Kids and cats, okay? Two different things. Cats are worse. Like, my cat knows damn well if he walks in front of my fucking monitor, he'd be lucky if I didn't want to yeet him into my monitor. Because I don't play with my FPS counter in the goddamn corner of the stupid ass screen. And that's because he walked on something. See, I might have OCD on that shit. He walked on something, and I'm not sure what it is. That's gonna bother me for a fucking long while. That bothers me. Ugh. Oh, it's so bad. Latency. Is that in-game, or is that out of fucking game? Is that in-game FPS? Oh, man. No. Sorry, I don't know. See, personally, that cat knows. I'm not gonna be feeding that cat till fucking 6 today. You heard me. Fucking, like, he's gonna get fed till I wake up. He's gonna be lucky if he's fed at fucking 2 in the afternoon. He ain't getting fed on fucking time. And so, do what you got to do. No. Don't use a multimedia keyboard and this happens. Oy. It doesn't fix it. That's not fixing it. Ow. Shit. O. Shift fucking O. Doesn't fucking do it either. No! It's a fucking other monitor. Shit fucking O. Ah, fucking hell. I'm gonna kill fucking cat. I've never seen this before. Oh, can I get out of focus? That just blew up everything I was focusing on. I'm like one of those people, like, if it's on my screen, it's like a gnat that has to die. In that case. It is annoying as hell. No, that is not good. Is it game related? Hold on. Fuck. If it please be game related. Please be fucking game related. Please be fucking game related. No, it's not fucking game related. Oh, I want to do that. I'm going to hurt that cat. Literally, I'm gonna hurt that. Not really. He's just not gonna be fed on time for about 3 days. He's gonna get fed when I wake up. For about a week. And that's not till about 2 hours after I wake up. Some days. And that's gonna go a whole week. And the thing is, I have like 3 different overlays. That's either the monitor overlay, or that's one of the other shitty ass overlays with graphics cards. Because that's not the NVIDIA overlay. That's another overlay. See, this is the problem with certain computers. And I say this nicely. Like, I have probably 3 to 4 control panels in turn over display. That is one of them. But I don't know which one that is. The only other thing that could either be a system related or, you know what I mean, or if it's that be AMD related or one of the others. I just do not know what that one is. I can't focus. Literally, I'm not going to be able to focus. That's bad. I'm already irritated as is. And then that happens. And the answer is normally like, just let the fucking cat walk across your screen. No, I'm going to punch him next to a wall next. See, I only have one cat, and he doesn't do that. And the only reason my cat can get away with that is because he knows I'll forgive him. Again, the only way you correct this shit is by doing it. But again, about a week of not being fed properly and on time and irregular schedules will probably get him. He will learn where he fucked up. Because I'm not going to be able to focus on that with that on the corner of the screen. Because I already want to punch my monitor that badly. But I don't need to replace it. That's not going to fix the system. That's in the system. It's just annoying. No. And if I knew what it did it, I don't know what overload. You see, I have OCD when it comes to this. If I have OCD when it comes to certain things. But then again, I'm also that person when I see a problem, it needs to be solved. And that is a problem that needs to be solved. Okay, what overlay is that? Is that AMD or ATI? Is that ATI or is that MSI? Oh my stupid god. Is that MSI? Is that MSI? That's not MSI. It's not MSI. What overlay is that? G performance and therefore game bar plus G. Windows key and G. Windows key and G. No? Is it Windows key and G? Nope, not fucking that one. That is NVIDIA. That is NVIDIA. Alt Z? Alt Z. Alt fucking Z? No. Alt R. Jesus. That's what happens when you have about a 15-pound cat. Fucking thinks he's in that one's across my thing. That's NVIDIA. Anyways, deploy that solved. Yeah. Get the rest of this gear. I get rid of the rest of that. Keep those. Keep those. Probably get rid of that. See, if I go properly, it'd be Prisoner of the Deep. Prisoner in the Deep kind of thing. That probably would be the one that I need. Quite honestly, it's probably better if it is per. Problem is weird. You think like I'd keep some of those, but I can't think there's anything it's still gonna be. That's not a set that's used a lot though. It used to be used more. No, it's not. So the question if I move Kafka to that. Because that would make up the DPS I was missing, but that would also explain why the DPS on her suddenly got fucked up and all over the place. So. I would do a great thing in explaining that one. see, 2-piece, 4. Strangely enough, I never used links. Though, strangely enough, and actually a good set if you ever run into issues. So more of that classic set that actually helps with speed. He deserves that one. And I'm not saving him from I am not fucking saving him from that cat. So, you can live in exile on that one. That's karma. No offense. Should have fucked with my stuff. He might not be been in trouble, now shouldn't he? Again, karma collects. Yeah, but that's gonna put a dent in her attack for a good little while. It's one of those things you have to... Sometimes cats are like people. Pets are the same. You treat them like you teach children. You have to let them do their own shit. You do not train your animals like you don't train people. It does not work. So if he has to be out in the wilderness for a bit, you do it. But that's the thing, my cat should be smarter than that. No. My cat is the only thing, like, he doesn't do that. By proxy, of course. See, I'm good at managing people and things around. Do not inconvenience me. It's like that dipshit the other day, the fucking, like, bail bonds guy. He's finding out people are crazy. Yeah, he's finding out, actually, that those people are actually crazy, his new friends. Well, it serves him correct. Serves him damn right. Make me wait a week to talk. Like, no, you don't fucking do that to me. Because you want to run a podcast channel and you can't do your own shit? No. No. I'm not really mad at the dude. Just... He's kind of an idiot when it comes to that. He just needs to be... Huh? I am finding mismanaged gear all over the place. Oh. You know what? I am literally gonna... I'm not gonna talk about that. No idea. Yeah, I have no idea how that got like that. I kind of don't want to know. Huh. Does it serve you right to not care? Huh. And Ben was streaming the other day. Cat wanted to be all over everything. Oh, yeah. Serves you right. Have fun, by the way, on that one. Yeah. Was it worth it? See, the other thing is I gotta get this stuff out of it, so I have extra. I mean, to be honest, other. Now you want to do the whole, now you want to do that whole thing? By the way, this set's pretty good if you have a character that... Like, this is good on characters that do shields. It's an offset, but Nightkeeper's Oath, if it creates shield, maybe not Avertine, but it is an off. Very off things for it. Believe it or not. It's one of those ones I would arguably say... Yeah, 645. I get rid of the stuff I'm not using, so... I don't have anything that uses this, and plus if I did, I'd be shocked if I did. Like, March 7th is supposed to use this, but some people don't use it, like, if. From those... Honestly, I could be wrong. Something could use that, but I just don't know what. It's one of the weirdest ones. It's actually truly one of the weirdest sets. Like, it doesn't get used for anything. It's like this. It's like if I look at this, it's like sometimes you would think like Silverguard Silent, right? Like that was a meta like probably a millennia ago. Oh yeah, I kept that one, but I don't guess that gets used. I don't have many of those, so that gets used as well. Fine. At least I'll correct Kafka really quick. I would explain why Kafka has a little bit of a DPS drop. Just a bit. Uh-huh. Right. Prisoner of the Deep. Attack hit rate. Maybe. Maybe. But no, that is actually probably the right for her. The problem with my Himiko is the issue. I changed that one. But then again, that gear is like, I had her at good high DPS because she was at abnormally high DPS. But bear in mind, a lot of her other stats were entirely off. Yeah, when a lot of your other stats are entirely off, they're gonna be weird. Strangely enough. I should be set on those for a little while. The answer would be no. I mean, we're talking attack, right? Recommended. Recommended is attack, right? Here. Crit rate, hit, attack, percent. The answer is I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna be that could be worthwhile. Effect hit rate. And then that one. It's already maxed. That one's not. It's not speed, though. That's the problem. Attack defense of your... Yeah, like, what would that be? What's our defense right now? 8. 4, right? 84? No, that last value depends on what her stuff is. It all depends on what her last stuff is. See, adjusting gear is always a bitch. I hate it, and I do not like it. It's worse than doing... It's like doing inventory, right? Basically, in other games. It is ridiculously not very fun. Because the problem when you're redoing gear, it gets kind of very stupid and annoying. And if the name of the game is going to be damage, oh, that was perfect. You know, I was complaining about her not having an attack, but I can guarantee you after this, she's going to have one. I think her attack, I had her at like 20. Like, she was still abnormally. Like, my Himiko was above abnormally high, though. Was. And I mean, in reality, probably not anymore. I mean, depending on break effects, let's say break effect. So maybe not break effect, it would be the other one. See, probably this is probably the issue I've been having with some of these don't exactly have the, it's not that the stats are wrong, it's just the reason why they're strong, but the issue is in the DPS. So, if the DPS is slightly lower, Yeah, I farm that, but that one's a, this is a hard one to farm. So in reality, like, what do they recommend on her? Because I want to say that Acreon, that is what's recommended. Yeah, that's what's recommended for her. But if that's the one you have to live with, it's okay. It isn't the optimal. So take for what it is. It isn't the best, but it does what it needs to do. That's before I forget to do it. But generally, she's on a nihility team. That's so there's not an issue. So. Just a 10 bit of a damage boost on those. Management, and I already know kind of what I need. I mean, I'm not saying it's. Oh, it's not even really there. 12. I'll feel more comfortable when I can just take them to. Once they hit that point, it will be a lot better. I have to see what's her other stats. So what is she lacking right now? Unholy hell. Alright. I was complaining, as I said, she had no attack before. And even without that 10% attack, that 12? Who do- Never mind. I'm not gonna ask. Who does the attack stats for this game where they recommend? So they recommend for her to be at like 12, at 4,000. Nobody is that high. None of these stats make sense. That's why I hate the build guides for this game. You're talking about having her at 3,500 to 4,000. I get the speed at like 135 plus 160. 135 is what you're going to want for, what is it? Filament, right? Yeah, so firmament. Sorry. Firmament's what you're going to need for 135. Just idea. Unless you're going to give her like a flat attack, which maybe works. Attack adds effect resist. See, I don't need that one. See, attack percent at 4 would push her above 3. Attack there. Defense 5.4. Crit rate. Because that's one of the few they don't recommend crit rate on. Which is funny. They don't recommend crit rate on it. But everybody else, they want her to have, like, ungodly amount. See, this is why, like, I think the different build guides, I think people, like, they if you ever ask, see, that's why I play other games. Like, Diablo, I can just, the numbers, like, Diablo 4, like, it's a number game at the end of the day. She needs HP, though. Break effect, because she already has it. I mean, defense. I mean, what, at 16? Right now, she's at 800 currently. Like, her HP is good. I mean, I could go defense percentage. I mean, defense percentage and attack percentage. Defense percentage and that. Probably is going to be that one. It's less of the HP, but it also... That 5% might put her above where that needs to be. Crit rate and that, because it's not like... See, attack, crit rate. See, attack rate and HP rate is not the end of the world, but attack. See, this is when you're like... See, the problem is, okay, that's going to give her a lot of attack and a lot of a break. So if break effect... See, the curious part I would have is, does her... I mean, the question would be, does break effect actually go into her effect? Because her kit actually has... but that's the whole thing. Does break effect actually affect? See, she has an effect. Literally, if something is broken, they take more damage and other things. So, yep, that's if it's substat. But a lot of people wouldn't. That would just take pure number crunching at that rate. Figure that one out. If that's the case and true. You never know. Might be the case and might be very true. But flat attack is okay, though. Like, if it pushes her to, like... What, 2? I mean, HP-wise. I mean, that's not the end of the world, though. Like, free everything? She's at 3,000? Yeah, no. You're not gonna fucking complain. A character at 3,000, in theory, should probably murder, so... It's also why my Kimiko Kabeb Knight does really stupid things, in a way. Lightning damage, and the other. See, space sealing, right, is a lot easier. Now, here's where one of the problems lies. If you don't reach 120, the sets they want for Firmament wants 135 minimum. Now, the space ceiling is needs to be 120, but that also increases her rough amount of stats. That's the difference between space ceiling, and firmament. So space ceiling, because they do have deep guides for her. Like, See, this is actually, it shows you what people use. Because when they collect our data, they're like, oh, yeah, so people just use attack percentages. Sure. It's the recommended. So, recommended, right? Two piece is about 54%. 42 is that. And it's attack percentage. Break is only that. And that's if you're looking at a stat otherwise. To be honest, this data, it's use data. Because when they data mine, like, well, I call it data mining, but it also helps them readjust however stuff is. In some other god awful fashion in the game. And eventually they might understand. Baby. And I mean, maybe. But a lot of this data gets really skewed by like Genshin, like this data is entirely all over the place. But bear in mind, a lot of that is set by the Asians. Like Billy, right? Once something becomes big enough, it's like... See, I wish this was on... I could put this on Himiko. That's what I want to put on Himiko. She has to live with this. Because if I don't... Look, she's barely at 120. If. I mean... Crit rate... Look, they go, yeah, you want a crit rate of 100. But as long as your crit rate is a 1 and 2. Does that set well? The answer is probably not. And see, that would, as I said, doesn't sit well with it. The thing about, I'll be very honest, the weirdest part, trying to get these damn things to line up. Henrietta's station, I might be able to get a better out of it. But that's it. Farming in the other one. See, space ceiling, I need him. So farming here, you have to go into Henrietta's. The planar orbit, basically. So a lot of stuff that really fucks things up, quite honestly, that's one part of the game. That's where the relic farming goes. So, take it or leave it. You have to either use it or you basically, yeah, and don't ask. The story is very similar on these, okay? Yeah. I don't even want to go into it. Look, you can either take a character, spend about a shit ton of hours and materials farming up something, and then, oh, you come out with this stuff, but you don't come out with the other parts. So... And then you have to have speed on him, or you have to have the stats on him. Basically, the stuff. And if it doesn't line up, you're going through and getting rid of a lot of it. So inadvertently, I went with HP, but it's not like there's a recommended. It's like if you go with a recommended, you're either going to find what you need to find, or you're going to find something that fills it. It doesn't really change the fact. If you get to the point and you have enough resources and you're farming it, sure, but that's not the game. You never do it. It's not like that's going to be the situation for her. Look, dear God, does see 12%. See, if I stick firmament on here, see, like they recommend Durin, like someone needs to either update the guide, because what do they say here? See, that doesn't make sense. Oh. So you're recommending this, and none of this except for this is inside. Like, this stuff is inside. Like, this is recommended for follow-up characters. This is what's used on Phase Out. But that doesn't work on it. It just, there's a mismatch in design. So, like, if you're running this with the merit, like here, you can use it to make up damage you're missing. Now, does it 100% do it? Probably not. I mean, it's either I can just go ahead and stick this. She's nowhere near the speed for it. Or I stick this stuff. I mean, if I wanted crit rate, and here's the funny thing. She wouldn't get that. Like if I stuck this and I stuck this up. Like if I stuck... But she's not going to have the speed bonus. But she's going to have the attack bonus. Basically. Because the benefit, but then again, that also comes from if you're using Sunday or somebody else that buffs speed, basically. So if she's in a team where she's having her speed buffed, inherently, it makes it better. But she's not always in a flat team that does that. And I'm going to be honest, that is probably what that separates a lot of builds. Because a lot of builds you just look at, you're like, how do people do it? It just doesn't make sense. It's kind of the problem. The inherent problem. A lot of recommended guides really fuck that up. Because, to be very honest, this buff will kick in when people are buffed. Drives me absolutely insane. It isn't gonna happen when it's a passive. I mean, she's below 1,000 ish. I mean, it's not much better. I mean, that's definitely better. That's a resting power. That's a better resting power. Like, thing is, I could give that to her. Yeah, probably should go ahead and farm those, though. Like these, but... Damn, I really need to... Oh, God, I should get rid of that one. Unfortunately... What I do is I might go space stealing, though. I might go space stealing with her. Look, if I stick that on, that's ideal. If I stick that, the only other person I'd want that on is Acreon. It. But that doesn't fit Acreon. I mean, Acreon has it, but Acreon, that would be the only other one for it. But that's also going to increase her attack out the ass, too. So, granted. So, inadvertently, in a way. Well, you see, that is slightly better, except for the fact that it doesn't have the speed. But that also means I'm going to have to find minor adjustments. That's minor adjustments. Okay, good. I only get 400 out of it, but that's okay. I need a firmament. Firmament. By the way, this is not a solution to the generic problem of gear, just for the record. It is not. Where is it? I know it's here. Why do I keep getting break effects? Good lord. That solves a little bit of the issue. Slight bit. Well, I mean, firmament's gonna be the answer, but bear in mind. Well, let's see, that gives her the speed now, doesn't it? But that's not gonna help her overall. She's only at 106, so. Look, she's at 106. That's not exactly gonna be the godsend that it appears to be. So. It would be nice. She may not even hit the 120, but eventually she'll hit the 120. She can hit the 120 through boosts, if that's what you mean. That people, which technically that's the only, okay. Part of the other reason that skews builds is that because of that, you have a lot of builds when they're in builds that just with other teams that all they do, yeah, no shit. Things go. Let's say you give something like 120 boost. It goes to. So I could probably use firmament. Okay. Firmament could be used. For sure. In a lineup. And because of natural things with either Sunday or somebody else in the group increases their speed. Which happens frequently. That's just usually a damn passive for people. Jesus Christ, that's a monstrosity. Well, that is a month. That is a month. That is. Ooh, that is a change. That is a hell of a change. That is a big difference in Kafka. Now, her passive, that's without buffs. They go, well, you have to have 3,500. You may not hit 3,500, but I guarantee if that is a base here, yeah, I can only imagine. And you don't worry about the crit rate with her. You could, if you could get a crit rate, you'll be in business. Now, there is one person I have to check. The only thing, and here's the problem I found with some of the older characters. they haven't updated their builds in so damn long that in reality, let me see. We are looking, let me see. Oh, you finally got Phaethon. What are they recommending on Phaethon? 5-star, etc., etc. I'm pretty sure if I look up his build, I could probably start farming it out, but his stats would be a problem I have to start doing on him. Inert Salato and Winds of Soaring. Crit rate. They've been basically her attack at about 3,000 or more, right? So a lot of the stuff you see in stats, here's the problem. These people, as I have stated before, the Billy people, take a stat, jam it into something. It's like a Path of Exile person. But bear in mind, these are the same people that literally play similar games. It's not entirely. They're like, well, this is the number you can achieve. Asian numbers are nothing, and if anything, not about efficiency. As well, it depends on the game, but they just put stuff into spreadsheets just to watch shit go boom. That's actually why, like in Diablo 4's, like they lead pets, but they're like weird autistically. They'll clear pits, but they have all that research to do it. But they're like the dead Energizer bunnies that kill over because our batteries have run out at the end. Then you never see these people again. They work all December to clear pits entirely, then they're gone. But they have the builds, if they stop, they're gone. They are literally dead. Because they're entirely glass. And it sounds weird, but that's how they build all their shit. They build all their stuff for like nobody to take damage. Entirely. Let's see. So if you're gonna give her Blazing Duke, Ash Blazing Grand Duke, right? Which, okay. Yeah, she has a high follow-up. But you know what's funny? She's physical, and this is physical. That's the crazy part. Let me check something. See, I've used this on Jing Liu forever, but Jing Liu's in that. She's in a weird mix right now, because apparently everyone is saying switch her to Lost. Okay, fine. So you guys finally made the weird conversion to, with the current, go Scholar Lost in Iteration. Alright? Which is, that's I understand. That is a massive refund. Here. Scholar lost in that. Because somebody, clearly it is the point of, if this was the catch-all set, you're going off catch rate. Basically, crit rates. I sometimes wonder. Honest to God, at the rate that she runs, you're better off doing that. Serious. People amaze me sometimes. I'm like, because the thing about it is, right? Like, I'm able to get a lot of power, but, like, did I get a crown, though? Oh, she's already there, isn't she? Yes, she is. I just don't have another chess piece. Motherfucker. I mean, inadvertently, right? Because this is what they like looking at. They go, oh, she has massive amounts of damage outside of stuff. Clear as fucking hell day she does. The Scholar Hunt right here is just ice damage. But, like, why would you put this on her? They go by recommended, because this is what people's been doing. Now, the funny part about Scholar makes more sense. This doesn't. And you have to forgive the most unconventional build for her, because people do not build for her. We're not like talking people who have her. If people have her, you can go look at the builds currently, and you can see discrepancies in it. It's not like, to be very honest, the build guides, for the most part, for all the older characters, internally are nearly fucked up because of that fact. Almost everyone is not building or updating their old. And if they do, it's some sort of glacial rate, and the next thing you know, it's the first set out that you're seeing it. You see it in the fact, like, maybe, and I mean maybe, and the thing is, she pretty much follows up pretty effectively. Like, I've had characters stuck with gear that is just... It's not bad, it's just... It's because the best gear you can inadvertently find. Basically, if I go back and I just restat them. Because if it's an off person... Like, you can tell the changes in the builds in the game, and either they change the person, or it's just weird. There's, like, stuff we used to use that was just like, sure. When the newest sets come along. Like, I don't think people... What do they recommend for? Yeah, see? They recommend him. Uh-huh. Yeah. Like, this set's recommended for him. It's the craziest thing, too. Because a lot of these builds, you actually have to level up. Or change. In the regard, basically. Okay. I need materials. That's gonna matter. Yeah. Well, that should solve that. Well, now that that issue is solved. Not 100%, but that's going to be different. Now I have to solve this issue. Okay, what is her defense? Defense is 1,000 attack. Probably verbally attack. Attack with some speed in reality, which probably... Crit rate, of course, would probably be perfect. Surprisingly, she follows up a lot. That's one thing I've noticed about her. Like, she will follow up like a shit ton. Like, when you get her started, oh god. That's one thing about her. Like, if you ever see anything about her stats, like, that crit rate, I think actually her internal crit rate actually is higher than most. And I say that because I've used her, but it was in the other setup that I had her done. Like, if you make her base more powerful, you're gonna probably have that. Because she's one of those characters as the fights progress. That's why when I stacked her initially with the physical build, that equipment, she was god tier at that rate. Now, usually, unfortunately, like, this is why they say she needs to be at 70. So that's just the other one. What do they say for Jingliu? Yeah. You either use Firmament, literally everything uses Red Hat Arena or Firmament. Firmament is flat, but it's also saying she gets speed. Which can be done. I'm saying, does it happen? That's the inherent question. The question you have to ask is, do people get that high? That's kind of the problem. A lot of this stuff, they want to make things tick, is very much the case of doesn't always work. That's not good enough. Celestial Deferinator? No. I don't know why you even recommend that. I can't think of who anybody wants that. So if you're 120, you're guaranteed on the first attack to have that. That just means her first hit's absolutely retarded at that rate. If that's the case. But I can't think of... Look, I'm not going to say I can't think of anything would use that. But basically, inadvertently, until the end of their first attack, which is a one time. Again, I'm very much the right say of... I'm assuming people are recommending that because... Partly because, only because they're used to it. Let me think. Just thinking out. I'm trying to be nice and pleasant about it because I'd call it bad. Okay, it's a temporary effect, okay? No. You're assuming that stuff ends. Now, if it ends or battles are over quicker, you probably get that. All in all, no. That's not good. I just have to respect people. Yeah, I know I took your stuff. And quite honestly, if I need stuff here, I could probably take it off him. That's the thing. I can take it off him. Honestly, he is never used. Okay? I use him if I have to have multiple ice people. That's why I don't use her. I just got her to a respectable level. She took a lot of resources. Hold on. See, Roulette Arena, like, I get here and I get here, potentially. If you say here and you get here, and you say that, that makes more sense. Like, I could get this. But this is permanent. Okay? It increases that. But the follow-up attack is higher by 15. That makes more sense. But see, that makes a lot more sense to have. If you're going off this effect. But it also begs the question of how they figure it. I mean, effect and hit rate, you think? Crit rate, the other one? Attack is 35, attack 2, crit. It's really bad. Horrendously. See, okay. You do that one. It's more understandable. But see, what's funny about here is that would make more sense with all the follow-up she does. But the issue is also the crit rate. You'd be assuming she's doing more crit rate, though. But if that crit rate is at 50%, a follow-up of about 50. I mean, a follow-up of 15. I mean, that's gonna stack. Like, terms of seriousness, that stuff stacks up more often than you think. But see, Firmament. Oh, let me see. Those are attacking low, though. That's because of that. Get rid of that for one reason, because that's a good roll. That's a good roll, too. That's a good roll. But that is the wrong attribute. That's just the wrong attribute. It's like they're all off by one attribute. Which is annoying the hell out of me, because I have to redo all of this because reasons. And you only get like 51, right? Sure. I mean, it's easier to take Firmament unless there is selective. Because here's the thing, like this works if the crit, I would say crit rate's at 50. So if crit rate's at 50, that would be a different story. See, if crit rate was at 50, right? Crit rate's at 50. Yeah. I mean, if it's a follow-up. Makes more sense. Means I need a rope. Is that because it's equipped? No, that's what happens. I rebalanced one character to take it off another. So I'm kind of curious, like, what did they recommend? Yeah, see, I probably have the gear for it. And that's the thing, I probably got the gear for him right off the bat, but see, that's by their in-game guides, though. Their in-game guides work very differently than how a lot of others works. Drives me insane, by the way. If you're going to actually do that, don't do it. Because all they're like, oh, you need this and this. Okay. But for the moment, then the answer would be no. Wind damage. Again, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think fucking shit reaches that. $145. You know what I think I had that farmed for? Dude, who I had that actually farmed for was for Cypher. I had that farmed for her. But then I realized, oh shit, nope. But she's actually, that gear is recommended on See if you need that, right? We're not having... Yes. Yep. That regeneration rate is actually not as bad. Right now, this is just like transmuting the stuff, so I at least have something. So. Whereas right now, it's a lot more important that I have that character at the rate. But yeah, you only get like the other. But 100 is nothing. Honestly, it might just be better to go into Henrietta's really quick and do that. It might be a better luck. Okay. Well, Mary, fuck you as well. What's her defense right now? Her defense is... Oh, come on. It's not even fair. Yeah, that might be a better thing right now. 118. 3 runs? Hold on. Where's a quick tab over to that? Oh, you know what? We can get to test that.
Let's wait and see.
Does that hurt?
Repay. Nothing major.
You're all in on what matters. Ill tidings manifest. Beneath the water.
I mean, technically, if anything, Kafka got a lot fucking stronger than need be. XC. I'm gonna be honest, that's a little scary. What level was that? If that was, what, tier 5? Oh. What tier was that? Oh, you fucking shits, you did teleport me. That was 90?
Let's wait and see.
That was 90. Oh. Want the answer if the change worked? Granted, I get a little bit of a buff from all the stuff I have here, but still. I mean, that's a hell of a difference. I mean, I think I had her at like a 19. She was at like 9. That actually might not be a bad idea. Oh, that actually might not be the one bad one I was looking for. But our defense is already up there. I don't need a defense. Like, her defense is already, like... I just didn't want to go in there and farm. I mean, well, technically it's... I get rid of it. It's like her defense is already there. Like, if your defense is already at that point of, I may just have to live with that at that. I mean, you just have defensive overkill at that rate. I mean, you're just that defensive overkill. I mean, it's the only thing I can figure. It just makes her tankier than anything. So, yeah, that just makes her super tanky. But it's more annoying that again, it's more annoying that see, this is good. The problem is it just makes her tanky than anything else. Huh. Oh. I don't think I have anybody that uses that set in reality. I'm the only person I have that uses that set. And he already has a good version of it. Uh-huh. Did you entirely just fuck me up and like take me over to the one area where I needed to go? Yeah. Oh. Alright. So now that this is done. Problem is Himiko's damage is lower. Well, no, her damage is lower. She's just... Here's the other parts. Here. Here.
Time for resolution. Ha!
You've got a lot of nerve.
But these are 82s.
You won't get away.
Serenity is before me.
Watch over you. Guide you on your path.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
The foretold triumph draws nearer.
Since I changed the lineup, actually, I need to go see if I changed it.
You won't get away.
It's of no consequence.
I mean, it broke them instantly.
Serenity stands clear before me.
Come one, come all.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
So, fortunately, I hate having that much to fix a goddamn builds. But when you move around one piece of equipment for a whole build, you gotta build pretty much all. You know what? I'm tempted. I am so tempted to see how powerful. And then again, right? You don't even need that.
Watch over you. Guide you on your path.
All life be revealed. So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Serenity is before me.
All life be revealed.
Receive divinity. Repay. The dead return.
See, that's what's gonna make Phanon work. Phanon's gonna be that person that you buff into oblivion, and he just has absurd damage. Bird. Lazy birds. Lazy ass birds. It's their whole purpose. Because half the time you're spending tracking them down because those are just birds for whatever purpose. I just want to be lazy and not work. So good. I want to make the joke. Feel like Dick Masterton. I can't solve a puzzle. Oh, that's a joke unto us. That is something. And you know what sucks is you can't fucking place a puzzle piece until like, oh.
An inventive approach. Truly unique.
But the thing is, if you have the buff effects that increase their speed, that isn't the issue. No shit. Now let's begin the bullshit.
The atmosphere here. This act is named Ode to Prisoner.
I genuinely wish to avoid a violent clash with my esteemed guests from afar. Therefore, I've arranged 3 acts before the situation becomes irreparable. Where shall we start our narrative? Where shall we start our narrative? Well, let's start with the time when Penacomy was still a frontier prison.
Really? What is that on about? Dude. I think it's like some sort of redeemed. That he like becomes a good character and to be shocked. Because he looks very different than his actual character model.
Thus our fates become one.
So sudden, like a whiff of smoke. You won't get away.
I mean, what's funny is if, and I say if, I switch the lineup to having maybe not Black Swan, but having both Acreon and her. I have Acreon and Kafka? Oof. That might be scary, but that's going to be better suited for that lineup, though. In clear out the room, then explore. Good.
In 2147 AE, a prisoner named Hanuri ignited a struggle for liberty and emerged triumphant. IPC referred to it as the War of the Frontier, while the Asdanians dubbed it the War of Independence.
You know, worse, you're just an overgrown hippie jackass who thinks you're gonna leave a point. Right? Violence may not always be the answer.
It's true that Hanun was a legendary hero, but it must be acknowledged that while he bestowed freedom upon the prisoners, he didn't grant them a true liberation.
Oh, shit.
The three nameless stayed on the planet, endeavoring.
Yep. Really, you have to go through 3 acts to get to him. And you're telling me. It's a good thing actually I checked all my damage on my characters.
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception.
But I needed it. But how will you fix it?
The three nameless stayed on the planet, endeavoring to spread the...
Humanity never conceals its desire to control the heavens, and I'm no exception. Catagons?
See?
The foretold triumph draws nearer.
Don't need to be here yet.
Let's wait. A day of peaceful repose.
Look, if you're gonna be self-righteous, the worst part about this is if he's gonna be self-righteous about shit, just go ahead and do that. Sound like it's an impossibility, isn't it? Again, preachy self-righteous people. Yes, very vain. First to fall potentially to evil, one could say. But also, if you're going to be comedically evil, then do it. You're just a kind of a brat at that point.
Endeavoring to spread the tenets of Trailblaze throughout the frontier prison. Alas, their efforts proved futile.
He's trying to convince you to not kill them.
As you can see, freedom permeates.
Yay! The stupidest enemies in the world! Yes. I'll say this. Alien Dream is the most retarded effect in the entire game. It exists nothing more than to be a pain in the ass effect that delays your character for a turn. It's not adorable and it's not fun to play against. And that's what these things do. What is that? The other one's a Carnival Reveler who has dots that blow up. So, see, I fight these things in the weekly stuff or whenever you have to go through it. See, they're just time wasters if they actually put your stuff to sleep for a turn.